Welcome everyone to day 4 of our 21st annual gatherings in Biosemiotics. In a sense, is it the last day? I felt sad for a few minutes and I realized actually we've got a lot to do today. There's no time for feeling sad. So let's all enjoy poster presentations together. I'm very delighted to see that many of our poster presenters were able to make it from all around the world to talk to us for a few minutes about their posters. So let's waste no time. And what I'm going to do right now is to share my screen and put up the poster presentations. One moment, please. And they're up there, so. One moment. What's the problem? Here we go. All right, so I guess we'll just do them in the order that they I think it's the order that they came in. That's the order they went up on the website. So now, presenters, you have actually about 2 minutes to give a thumbnail description of your abstract, and then we'll have about 5 or 6 minutes to talk. Okay? So Philippe, do you want to talk about your...
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. The first presentation is Tiago. Is Tiago with us? Okay, he has a video. I can play his video afterwards. In fact, let's go through our abstracts first and then have an open discussion. So 2 minutes for each kind of description, and then we'll have an open discussion. Okay?
Yes, I'm here. I don't know if you prefer to put the video. For me, it's okay, the video.
What do you prefer, Tiago?
The video, I did that for this occasion, so let's do it.
Okay. All right, let me get that up then. That'll take another minute. Sorry. Okay, are people seeing the video now or no? Yes? No? Okay, let me stop share. Share it again. How about now? Yes? No? Somebody talk to me.
Not yet.
All right. I don't know what the problem is.
You've got to
Let's get some of the talks going, Tiago, and I'll do this in the background, okay? So let me just put this over here. I think that will take care of it. Philip Jaros was supposed to chair this. I'm blaming him. Okay, how's that? Can you see it? Very good. Off we go.
One connection lines on what the challenge is to form this poster. First, to call for an integration of biosemiotics and people. One connection lines on what the challenge as Science-centered view of life advocated by Darwinians. And the second one is on what they propose, a view of organismal development centered in signal systems. The second aim is to rethink musical metaphor used by the forerunner of each discipline, Fontier and Phenomenology. I found 3 reasons for arguing that musical metaphor were the way that they had found to explain what nowadays is explained by involving signal systems. First, musical metaphor were used principally to describe the spatial and temporal harmony of organismal development. And this is in fact what the analysis system tries to explain. Second, there are many analogies between organismal properties and musical phenomena. The song analysis intends to briefly illustrate some links, although further connections need to be developed. Finally, musical metaphor were used as part of an explanatory strategy to overcome reductive mechanistic explanation, a trial to explain paradigmatic and specific properties of living beings, mainly adaptivity and teleology. The point is that context-sensitive responses, mediated by signals, allow developmental outcomes to be adapted, and also signs the organismal development with directness. I see here an interesting path to follow. First, Fonville distinguishes between sweep and seal, and took the latter as the proper terminology to understand teleology in nature. Then, Uexküll accepted von biosemiotics, but argued that developmental goals are not towards adult end state, but a product of the congruence between the environment and the organism during ontogeny. This is the semiotic view of teleology that are pursued here, and that contemporary developmental biology is appealing to.
Okay, very good. And again, we will come back to this and have an open discussion on everyone's poster. So let me just share. One moment, please. Our next poster is Biosemiotic Ground, Locating Mind Through Person, Major Discoveries of the Last Century. And Philippe and Donald, maybe you'll say a few words about this for us.
Yeah, so thank you first, Don, for organizing a beautiful conference. And I think my friend and co-presenter, Don, is online now. I haven't yet adopted a sort of strong way of going through this quickly, and I'd rather not read the poster. So I'll just say that I'm both impressionable and stubborn, and I became an objective idealist after reading Peirce's Monist essays, and my friend Don also had me read Bergson's Introduction to Metaphysics. So in thinking about matter as a feat mind and mind hidebound with habits, I naturally started to wonder what are the essential physical correlates of the action of mind, especially over short time scales. Is this something we can even answer? And of course, Bergson tells us more or less that the things we associate with mind, feeling, subjective experience, all these things cannot come out of the sorts of analysis that we do in science. Cause and effect mechanism can never yield mind. So the question for me as a biophysicist is, does nature show us ways in which it clearly resists cause and effect mechanism or traditional analysis? And I think a whole spectrum of quantum mechanical phenomena show that it does. And none is more striking than the single molecule version of Young's double slit experiment, where a single photon or electron atom molecule that's 100 atoms big, even a peptide of 15 amino acids, it can be sent one at a time through two slits. And upon colliding with a detector, it ends up producing an interference pattern. And you get the interference pattern regardless of the rate at which you send single, we can call them particle waves, through the double slits. So you could send, in principle, you could send a 15 amino acid molecule through the double slits once every 2 years. And after 10,000 years, you'd still get an interference pattern. Sorry, and that's simply striking. It's extraordinary, and it's an aspect of nature that we sort of just have to accept, even if we end up concocting deeper theory that somehow yields this. I think this is a presentation of absolute chance through nature. So I think this does reflect the action of mind, and then the extension of this hypothesis is that everything that it experiences, you and I, for anything to have an experience of the world, it has to, in some way, enter states of this sort. And states of this sort have to play an important part in its dynamics.
Excellent.
And a lot of,
thank you.
A lot of
we will have to come back to that and go to the next one.
Perfect. Thank you.
Ali, are you here? I saw your name. Ali, are you with us? I'm sure I saw his name.
Yes,
there you are.
yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my my paper with you, and thanks for my mentor Kalevi for making me in touch with such a gathering. My paper is about translational biosemiotics, dermatosemiotics as a paradigm. I am a dermatologist. I am professor of dermatology, skin science, and I am interested in biosemiotics and try to integrate between biosemiotics, phenology, and dermatology, especially my specialty, skin. Skin, as you know, is the largest organ in the body, and it is most sensitive of all organs. It is our first medium of communication and our most efficient protector. Even the transparent cornea of the eye is overlain by a layer of modified skin. Hence, the touch is the parent of the skin as a tactile. Skin as a tactile medium is the parent of all senses: eyes, ears, nose, and tongues, and even the all mucosa. It is the sense which become differentiated into others. If we have embryological acquaintance, we can understand these statements. It is a fact that seems to be recognized in the age-old evaluation of touch as the mother of all senses. Since Aristotle, the skin is the first medium that translates the inside into outside, the self into another. Skin is truly the navel of our world, not in the sense of viewing point of the central perspective, but the very locus of reference, memory, imagination, integration, as it is mentioned in a book about this by the eye of skin, plasma. Method I used, it is integration of Husserlian mereological semiotics and Hofmeyr biosemiotics as background to understand the skin as a mereological boundary. The result of my research and my project, it is the skin that it is a biosemiotic medium. Using biosemiotic phenology as a framework, we can understand the skin as a translational medium that communicate biological and pathological, psychological, social, religious meanings. As you know, that it is our frontier, it is our border with the environment, whether ecological environment, biosphere, or semiosphere. It is our frontier.
Now we have to stop you there again. I feel terrible stopping all of these good talks. It's a shame we only have a half an hour for this. So let's get everyone's ideas on the table, because what we really want to do is discuss between us. Okay, so everyone's seen the posters. We've read them before. We're just giving a little reminder now of what's in each one, and then we can have a very good discussion. And the discussion can carry on into the end of the session discussion. Okay, so Pavel, will you talk about your poster?
Absolutely. Thanks, Don. And I'll try to be really brief, mindful of what you just said. Thanks. So just briefly as context, as an academic administrator, curriculum designer, teacher, and environmental humanist and scholar, I've really been excited about things that actually the COVID world in higher education has pushed us to do quite rapidly. And that's look at a distributed global learning model grounded in experiential site-based learning and really held as an online cohort of global learners that's sort of explained on the poster and in those diagrams. Really getting at the fundamental question of, if we teach and engage, as most of us do, our students in learning about ecological systems and processes, shouldn't we also do so in a way that is itself modeled on and engaging with those same ecological processes? So really using a sort of ecosemiotic model and meaning making on an ecosystems or landscape scale in looking at collaboration among human and more than human actors in developing, delivering learning from a global distributed perspective. So really, I think it's a great opportunity for teaching about ecological systems by using ecological systems as a model in the teaching itself. And that's ultimately the thesis.
Excellent. And again, everyone's email is up here. So hopefully we'll have many fruitful exchanges with the people who've read your posters and interact with you on email. Email's also in the abstract book. So Amelia.
Hello, yes, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present my poster. My background is very much in traditional ethology and animal behaviour, and I found my way to biosemiotics by accident, really, because for me, all through my studies and my work, the meaning aspect was really missing from the traditional biology and animal behaviour, but I haven't moved entirely away from it. So I've kind of been looking at different ways of studying animal behaviour, and I've been focusing on the aspect of the meaning of physical and energetic phenomena, so acoustic wavelengths, EM radiation, and attributing meaning to specific physical phenomena and how that meaning can be shared based on a shared evolutionary history that we have across all species, and the concept of the total umwelt and how that can lead to shared meaning.
Okay, thank you. And I don't think, Trace, are you with us? I don't think Trace Fleeman-Garcia is with us, but the post is fairly straightforward. You can see right here, the title is "The Individual That Biology Seeks is the Subject of Semiotics," right? Figure-ground relation reveals itself as a subject-object distinction. Individuals are formalized as aggregates which preserve a measure of temporal integrity. Statistical methods used to make figure-ground distinctions can detect individuals on various scales. And quantitative biologists made bounds and leaps in formalizing an information theoretic model of the biological individual, in which statistical methods are employed to make figure-ground distinctions between individuals and their environment. So you would have to go to the QR code here and see the full poster or see the full text if you want. But what I'd like to do now to begin this discussion session is to ask the presenters if they would like to address something in one of the other posters.
What do you mean?
Well, you've all seen all the posters that are up. Was there anything?
I see. To ask questions about.
Like, for instance, what would you, exactly to talk to one another, right? Where do you say? I'll start with you, Philippe. So, where do you see resonances in the other posters? Which one kind of struck you as either informing your ideas newly or? I'm
not sure. I have to say they all look beautiful, and I plan on slowly digesting them. But the thing that really jumped out to me, partly because my wife is an educator, and I guess I'm always worrying about how we even do education. It's why I'm forgetting his name. He's still on. I'm sorry, sir. Pavel's work seems highly interesting to me, and it's a way to, well, just going off the dome. It seems to be a way to sort of come back to the earth and at the same time not abandon this extraordinary semiotic apparatus that is the internet, right? It's a way to make online education possible. It just seems to me to be a potentially beautiful model. It's something I really want to think about some more.
Again, do you want to say a few words about where you see the role of biosemiotics in your work?
Well, absolutely. And I think, I've used ecosemiotics there specifically just in terms of sort of large-scale meaning-making, at the sort of aliveness, the alive space between human and more than human actors. And, I can give a very specific example. We're teaching a course here at Dartington Trust at Schumacher College called Movement, Mind, and Ecology, which I think I might have mentioned on the poster, that is looking very specifically at, inhabiting that space, and then creating meaning in relationship between human and more than human through movement practice, through embodied practice, and doing so holding a group of students who are around the world. And so actually facilitating that embodied practice on site, whether they're in Nepal, New Zealand, Australia, or wherever they are.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And Amelia, does anything that you just heard strike you as relevant to the type of work you want to do?
Yes, the skin as a biosemiotic organ, because studying animal behavior, I'm very interested in human-animal interactions and where there are commonalities. And we often, I think, look at animal behavior through a very anthropocentric lens. So, for example, a dog has access to a whole other kind of umwelt that we don't through the olfactory sense. And I think looking where there might be commonalities where you can kind of gain access to that world through the way species can communicate, and looking at alternatives like skin that we don't really pay much attention to. I know a lot of people communicate with their companion animals by touch, stroking, scratching, and I think any alternatives that we don't really pay much attention to would be really interesting.
I think that's sorry. Go ahead.
Now, I missed about the patterns in signals that I think is really important, like how animals might interpret it on a kind of more macro scale without going into kind of the quantum theory of mind, that touch and think that can form patterns in itself, the neural response to touch. And yeah, I think it's...
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right when you say that one of the projects of biosemiotics is to find the overlooked semiosis, right? Of say our skin or our nose or different sense organs, right? That don't normally get examined in too much in mainstream semiotics. Ali, do you want to talk a bit about dermatosemiotics and how what you see it interacting with or overlapping with anything else that you've seen in these presentations? Ali? Oh,
yes.
Ali? Oh, there
yes,
you are.
I am. Yes. My thesis is about the embryological origin of all senses. If we understand the embodiment thesis in phenology, we can understand the embodiment as enskinment. We are inside the skin before being in all, because development of all senses. All senses are covered by a membrane-like skin, which are making them in touch with reality. We communicate primarily non-verbally, semiotically through the skin at the intrauterine life and after that. Even in this pandemic, COVID pandemic, the most problem is because of the touch. It is a touch problem. So the skin is vital for life, and life, it is outcome of touch. Without touch, there is no life. And this is what is the underlying thesis in my dermatosemiotics, which cannot be compared with other terms like oculosemiotic or other terms, because it is primarily we are embodied. We are contacting reality through our body, and the body is our skin. This is the main thesis.
Okay, good, and that leads very nicely, I think, into Tiago's
I think Hofmeier agree with me if he is present, but unfortunately
yes.
He left us.
He wrote often about the skin being the interface and the
layers. We are layers inside layers, surface
right.
inside surface,
and that starts in development as the endoderm comes out towards the world to become the ectoderm, which leads into Tiago's talk about biosemiotic theory of development. Do you want to say a little more about that, Tiago?
About mine? Well, yes, I can say more, sure. I came from cognitive science and philosophy of biology. And I find biosemiotics as an interesting bridge between both disciplines, particularly because semiosis is present in all organisms. And in this poster, I try to follow a path that I think that started with teleomechanistics in Kant and then in post-Kantian biologists. And my main research topic is the teleological dimension of development, which is something that I see is not, it doesn't call attention too much. Usually current teleological approaches are or based in Darwinian evolution or in organismal physiology based on thermodynamic principles and self-organization. And the developmental dimension of teleology is not usually considered, I think, at least in contemporary biology. And I find that a possible solution is a semiotic one. First, because there are nowadays proposals in developmental biology, such as EcoDevo, that try to understand development as a process guided by sign, both exogenous or internal to the organisms. And this should lead into a semiotic view of teleology in development. And as I see, it's a sort of intentional kind of explanatory strategy that development is using. And well, I try to connect different disciplines and take lessons, also historical lessons from their forerunners. And well, this is a work in progress, so any comments are welcome.
Good. And now I just want Don to speak to us for a bit, and then I'll open it up to all the other presenters all the other attendees who have questions. So Don, you want to say a little more to talk more about your and Philippe's work on biosemiotic ground?
Sure. This has been one of the ongoing questions between Philippe and I, and I think it's probably, our questions are probably more general than than for many of you that have already settled the issue, and we're not professional semioticians.
We haven't settled any issues here.
Well, your unsettling is certainly more sophisticated than my own.
Okay, maybe we'll do that.
Okay, I think there is there are and I also work with a 78-year-old quantum physicist and we've been working on, well, essentially aspects of Monod's work on chance and necessity, and he has sort of driven some of my own ideas on whether or not there is one could actually demonstrate some sort of freedom at quantal levels, and some of the things that Philippe brought up in terms of groundedness of being, but it's more along the lines of the role of chance and randomness from the beginning throughout the evolution of the universe, and this idea that Philippe and I talk about all the time is matter having feeling, and we know what that means. But I'm not so sure that it has semiotic relevance to a semiotician. I really found some of the comments yesterday on extending some of these ideas of semiotic essence to quantum levels, and I have a lot of questions from yesterday. I just wanted to say quickly, Pavel, thank you for your talk, and I want to talk to you more about this. I have two sets of students, one in India, graduate students at the Pontifical University in Pune, and I have my own students here, and how I need to think a lot more, even though going online for the last year, which for us will actually continue, how we occupy that semiotic space. It's an incredibly important question. And those happen differently in those two I'm going to just call them populations. And I'll leave it all right there because I know we're time limited. Hope that makes sense.
Really great. Again, oh good, there's so many questions here. If we don't get to them in the next 5 minutes, let's put them up in the chat to revisit when we have the open discussion at the end of the session. Again, it was great to get these ideas on the table. Were we in person, your posts would be up for 4 days, but they've been up on the internet and they'll stay up on the internet, not going anywhere. So people can always access them and get in touch with you. But I believe what I see is Tori, Ali, Terry, Mark, and don't think we'll have about 4 minutes. Well, let's start with Tori and see where it goes.
Hi, very quickly, I will say too, I was glad to see Tiago, I think you mentioned Timothy Lenoir's strategy of life. Very important work for me. And the Goethe's idea of variations on a theme, very, very important. I really highly recommend that book. And then I want to, and also I'm also glad to see Pavel here from Schumacher. I've been so interested in that institution. Brian Goodwin, I met a couple of times. I want to be more involved because I think there's a lot of overlap with the kinds of interests that we have. And then I'll make a quick comment on Amelia and Ali. It looks like you may have some things to talk about. There was, Amelia mentioned the electromagnetic radiation and the degree to which animals would be able to detect that or maybe respond to it. And certainly that would be through the skin. I don't know if both of you are familiar with Martin Paul's research, a paper called Electromagnetic Fields Act via activation of the voltage-gated calcium channels in the skin to produce beneficial or adverse effects. And one of the things that I've been interested in with those voltage-gated channels is how those signals are produced. Are they, the meaning is carried in the rhythm, in the duration, or the intensity of that? Because that would be carrying a lot of information. And so that's just something that I've been curious about, and I thought maybe you two could could have a discussion about that.
Tori, that's wonderful. Thank you so much for that. I see Ellie's dropped out for the moment. So Thierry?
Yes, I can.
Oh, there you are.
I can
move into a different box.
Yes, I need to add the important thing, because we need to know that modernity and the rationalism give the primacy for the eye and observation, and hence detachment. And this is one of the origin of a crisis in all domain of life, like education system, health system. By using skin as a paradigm, as a metaphor, we can restore empathy. We can restore skin as a medium, as a translational medium for empathy, for subjectivity, for intersubjectivity, because skin is intersubjective. We cannot touch anyone without being touched. This is the one of the most important thing discovered by Husserl, and put it as a premise for giving phenomenology of touch as a primacy. This is what I need to add. Yes.
Very good. Thank you so much. So, sorry, I'm going fast. I want to get Terry and Mark, then we'll meet on the other side at the back of the session. Terry.
Yes, so, I'll try to be really quickly. I loved all the posters, and I wanted just to connect with Pavel as well, especially because he said that he wants to practice what we preach. And I think that kind of thinking is brilliant. I'm not really versed in ecosemiotics, but I just wanted, it's a question or a comment. We had a semiotician called Paul Ryan, who was also an experimental video artist. He was an assistant to Marshall McLuhan. He knew Gregory Bateson, and he was really into ecosemiotics, and especially into practicing what he preaches. So he developed something that's called Earth Score, and I hope the website is still up. Paul Ryan is no longer with us, unfortunately, and he developed this Earth Score where he tried to really use how a sign, a triadic sign works. And he figured that out through his experimental video work, which he also transformed in a teaching method called threeing. So that is, I just want to ask Pavel if he knows it. If he does, great. If he doesn't, it's something worth looking at.
And do you maybe you'll put a link to in the chat where we can
I can.
Great. And I was going to let Mark make a comment, and then we'll pick it up at the other side of the discussion.
Was that me, did you say?
You are the one. You are the Mark.
I was interested in the skin thing. I'm very interested in boundaries and how those boundaries are both permeable and they stop things from coming through. And I was wondering how he might think of the notion of bacteria or fungus on the skin as in some way signaling to gut the flora and fauna of the gut, and how that might almost the permeableness of the skin being taken advantage of in a way through the signaling of microorganisms and the such like. I was wondering whether you had any thoughts about that.
Or you can tell us in the discussion, okay? Because and now we again have to go back. Had we more time, I wish first time we're doing this way. If we ever have to go online again, we'll try to put an hour per every 6 presentations, because these have been very rich, very deep. We're only scratching the surface, but biosemiotics is, I'll make the case later, is a conversation. So let's keep the conversation going, okay? And part of keeping that conversation going, after we thank all of our poster presenters, is to introduce our next presenter, okay, which is, let me get out, am I sharing screen? No, which is Jaime Cárdenas-García, a good friend of ours from a long time ago. So Jaime, will you share your screen and give us your presentation?
Yes, thank you, Don. I hope it's showing.
It's looking very good.
Okay, thank you. Today I'll be talking to you about the phenomenology of info autopoiesis. The purpose is to present the phenomenology of info autopoiesis as a work in progress, And the reason is to establish a link between the sensorial nature of our interactions with the environment and the origination of meaning, which may be viewed as semiogenesis. The goal is to detail how meaning comes about for living beings engaged in a process of info-autopoiesis. When we talk about phenomenology, it's the study of phenomena, things as they appear in our experience, or the ways we experience things, thus the meanings things have in our experience. The image that you see might seem like a video, but it says something about our subjective experience as opposed to our objective experience. And also phenomenology studies conscious experience as experience from the subjective or first person point of view. So what is information? Since we're getting into the topic of info-autopoiesis. The etymological origins are from the Latin stem informatio, which comes from the verb informare, to inform, in the sense of the action of giving a form to something material. Also, the act of communicating knowledge to another person, which also has the connotation of giving form to someone else. The consequences are that all living beings inform nature and vice versa. But again, that has to be understood. Also, information is central to communication between living beings. The question to ask, is there a fundamental approach to information, since there's a lot of disagreement as to what it is? And so my point of departure is Bateson information. In fact, what we mean by information, the elementary unit of information is a difference which makes a difference. I identify the first difference. I want to say it's objective, quantitative, syntactic. A difference which makes a difference has subjective, qualitative, semantic connotations. And I would argue that this definition contains semiosis. Information implies change, spatial, temporal. Information is equivalent to science. And again, that might require a little more detailing, but in essence, that's what information is. So consider information as a science. Now, with regard to info-autopoiesis, of course, info stands for information. Autopoiesis is for self-production. No reference to Maturana or Varela. And it's the self-reference process of recursive self-production of information, differences, ideas by living beings to satisfy their physiological and relational needs. Again, based on difference, which makes a difference, is the basis for its phenomenological nature. Cybernetics is the basis to discover information, differences, ideas motivated by satisfaction of physiological and relational needs. Information, differences, ideas are derived, not fundamental, qualities, quantities, useful to living beings from the sensorially detected motion of matter and or energy in the environment. And also, all living beings have the unique capability of detecting spatial temporal information, differences, ideas that allows their use to derive meaning as active manipulators and observers of their environment. This diagram is fairly, though simple in appearance, can become quite complex. What I want to illustrate is where error, information, differences, ideas is created. It's created due to this comparator, which has an input from the senses, which comes from environmental noise. And again, you have a feedback loop and a feed-forward loop, which this error, information, differences, their level eventually allows an action to be created, which again impacts the environment. And of course, there's an overall feedback loop that is involved here. When I talk about senses, it's all senses. And so this can become quite complicated in its implications. And again, this might look mechanistic, but this constant, which could be something else, and this constant are really directed by the organism in this organism environment system. The other thing I want to mention, and this is quite important, though it is generally neglected, is that the basis for the determination of differences is commensurability. So when you compare differences, you have to compare them with the same yardstick. The other thing that I want to put forth, can there be individuation without agency? Now, I want to say that autopoiesis is not info autopoiesis. In autopoiesis or metabolism repair, information is not part of the process. But if we, in this case, consider metabolism repair info autopoiesis, information is part of the process. Somehow, I guess if you are going to repair something, you have to know that it needs to be repaired. So information is central to all biological processes, whether it's metabolism repair, cognition, or whatever it is. So now the nature of info autopoiesis is triadic and exhibits internal and external components of information, differences, ideas. The internal components include personal, subjective, relative, and impersonal, objective, absolute information, resulting in an external component of Shannon distilled information. The human organism develops from a state in which its knowledge of the human organism and its environment is almost non-existent to a state in which the human organism not only recognizes the existence of the environment, but also sees itself as part of the human organism in its environment system. The human organism not only self-referentially, interactively, and recursively engages and navigates to the environment, but transforms it in its own image and likeness. The phenomenology of info autopoiesis is relevant to phylogenetic and ontogenetic development. So here's a Venn diagram of what I mean by info autopoiesis, with its three elements, with internalized and externalized information, the two components of internalized information. And also we can think about, when we look at this Venn diagram logic, we can look at it as a superposition interference. This is, I guess I was inspired by Jakob and also Peter with regard to showing how these circles might interfere. So again, this interference can become quite complex. Now, briefly, the personal, subjective, relative information relates to a qualitative assessment and first-person perspective. So there's a personal, subjective, and relative aspects. And also there's an intrasubjective, which is arbitrarily generated information motivated by the satisfaction of changing physiological and relational needs, where feelings and emotion play an important role. And no one has access to our PSR information, except when we exteriorize our feelings or emotions. And again, this can be quite complex in terms of how we can express this. This is comparable to the concept of onwelt put forward by von Uexküll, including the allowance for individual-specific onwelt. Now, with regard to impersonal, objective, absolute information, again, it has its three components, and the environment really is the one that, because of its multiplicity of forms and textures, including other living beings, may cause pain, harm, and pleasure benefit. But of course, pain harm is much more noticeable than pleasure benefit. And also, this allows the human organism to predict what it believes to be true about the workings of its environment. Some actions leading to pain and harm may reflect access to IOA, thus avoiding solipsism. Now, Shannon distilled information simply talks about how the information is externalized. PSR and IOA information is generally only accessible only if an individual is willing to share the contents. And again, sharing is by external expressions. So again, this is the only way that we let everyone know what's going on. Now, talking briefly about the theory of communication, this is generally how communication is put forth by Shannon. You have an information source, a transmitter, a channel where noise occurs, a receiver, and a destination. Is there anything missing in this diagram? Well, what's missing is the person that originates the information and also the person that receives the information, if indeed there is such a person, since generally I would say language is not for communication, it's simply for expression. Let me say also that this diagram, in a sense, is a metaphor for informing our environment. So all externalized information is Shannon information. So everything that you look around you is something that we have created. And when I talk about syntactic information, what I mean, it is simply that it's ordered structure that we humans create. All that surrounds us, to a great extent, is artificial in nature. We have created it. This is an expansion of the communication system in which you can talk about an info-autopoietic infosphere. And this is the intersubjective space. And again, the importance of externalized information for the development of the intersubjective space of syntactic information. And again, you can talk about superposition interference. The notion of the skin as an intersubjective space, I guess is a good illustration of what this diagram shows. And again, this also would apply to intra and interspecies interaction. Going back to Bateson's definition of information, what we can ascribe to its subjective component is firstness, to its subjective component secondness, and to the semiosis aspect thirdness. And again, let me emphasize that information implies change. Information is equivalent to science. And again, spatial change and also temporal change. With regard to Persian phaneroscopy or phenomenology, it's a process grounded in firstness, secondness, and thirdness, which firstness is what is such as it is without reference to anything else. Firstness has a subjective basis. Secondness, what it is such as it is in relation to something else, but without relation to any third entity. Secondness has an objective basis. Thirdness, what it is such as it is insofar as it is capable of bringing a second entity in relation with the first one in the same way that it brings itself into relations with the first and second entities. Thirdness has a subjective and objective basis, being able to interact with other things to compare, implying externalization. This is putting together that organism environment diagram with the creation or generation of information in terms of info-autopoiesis. And again, I think firstness, the first is predominant in feeling, quality, sign, can be associated with PSR, secondness with IOA, and thirdness with Shannon distilled information. Here's a cognitive info-autopoietic flow that I've drawn, where I show how information flows. Now, the basis for all information is sensory. So, so again, that also relates to feelings as being primary. And also all information flows toward the center. So that's how I view the infopoietic flow. Now, I've looked at Christian phaneroscopy in terms of the typology of signs and a Venn diagram logic. And what you see is that, well, here's firstness, here's secondness, and the intersection is this 2-1. And then the intersection between 2-1 and firstness and secondness generates these relationships. And again, that can be, if thirdness comes into play, this is the diagram. And then in relation to secondness, this is the diagram. And so indeed, you can generate all aspects of the typology of signs of first by this approach, which I show here in this other diagram.
I made 2 minutes.
Okay, and this is where I guess, phenomenology of info autopoiesis comes in a typology of information. And again, you can go through the same kind of logic. And again, you can come up with, if you mix feelings with events and communications with these type of categories. And then, of course, you can relate both phaneroscopy to this phenomenology of info-autopoiesis in this way. So my purpose has been to present the phenomenology of info-autopoiesis as a work in progress, and also to establish a link between the sensorial nature of interactions with the environment and the origination of meaning, semiogenesis. And then the goal has been to detail how meanings come about for living beings engaged in a process of info-autopoiesis. I thank you for your kind attention. Here are some selected references that might be pertinent.
Okay. Jaime, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Very interesting as usual. So let's open up the floor to discussions. I see Oscar has his hand up, and then Gary.
It was the virtual clap hand. Sorry for the confusion.
Do you want to say what you virtually clapped about?
Absolutely. I just maybe just to mention that this triadic way of modeling the transition phase between firstness, secondness, and thirdness is very tricky. And I like the way that you have geometrically represented this, because I'm also dealing with a similar problem in modeling thirdness as encompassing already secondness and firstness. Because to the extent of my knowledge, maybe others would help us here. Peirce didn't provide a comprehensive model of the three phenomenological categories of experience as such. He just defined them, I think, maybe mathematically, but anyhow. Thank you, Jaime. Very interesting.
I want to say that in your presentation, I saw your 3 circles across. And again, I think if you put one maybe on top, it might give you ideas.
I've received that suggestion in the past, so maybe I consider it.
Okay, Gary, and then Thierry.
So, can you hear me? Okay.
That's loud and clear.
This is a beautiful paper. This is a beautiful paper and very, very, very important. And what I would say is that what quantum mechanics is telling us is that the information of Shannon is secondness information. It is the information of what Peirce called necessitarianism. And there, I would urge you to look at something called active information, which was defined by David Bohm and Basil Hiley. And this is the information that takes into account the intersubjective interaction between the communicating elements. And that is the message that quantum mechanics is giving us, is that you can't ignore thirdness. Because thirdness is the interaction between the observed and the observer, which we in the classical world assume is ignored, right? We can ignore that because we assume it's minimal. But that's only in the world of Cartesian nominalism, okay? Of secondness, of necessitarianism.
Yeah, I appreciate your comment. The thing that I guess I generally disagree with a lot of individuals is that information, it's info autopoiesis. We create it. Living beings create it. So even when you talk about quantum mechanics, we have created that. And so therefore, that is something that you have to keep in mind. And so again, all that you see around you, we've created it. That's why it's easy for us to say, oh yeah, I recognize that, because we've created it. So people, I think that there might be some, I guess, inability to say we've created that. And so again, I want to say one key idea is that where does information come from? As I showed in that communication, theory of communication graph, it comes from us. And I don't care whether you're a bacteria or whatever, we're the ones that create information. And that's the basic idea, which contradicts a lot of what people think, how people think about information, and even quantum mechanics, because quantum mechanics was created by us. And so therefore, and also it's Shannon information, which limits, again, quite a bit first of all, what we can perceive from what we see around us and what we can output as information about our work. So again, that's the...
Okay, thank you,
I
Jaime.
say that what's ignored is intersubjectivity.
I'm sorry?
No, what's ignored is intersubjectivity.
Well, the intersubjectivity can be, as you saw, yeah. Oh, okay, I appreciate that comment. Thank you.
Okay. Thierry? You're muted.
I'm sorry for that. I'll try to be brief again, but just connecting the conversation between Jaime and Gary. Of course, it comes from us, but as you said, in interaction with the other. If you don't have the other, then there's no us as well to talk about. But what I really enjoyed from your presentation is your Venn diagram. I've been working on this for quite a while, actually. There's something missing in our current representations of the irreducible triadic sign. And if you go into that intersection of those Venn diagrams, a whole new world opens up that can actually solve the issue of having a static view on semiotics or having a dynamic view on semiotics. And it's in the intersection of the Venn diagram. It's in the intersection of a lot of things that repeat, and it is that visual that you showed. And yeah. I hope one day I'll be able to share some of this.
Thank you. I appreciate your comment. Thank you very much.
Okay, yes, I know you've done a lot of good work on diagrams and Peircean diagrams, Harry. So we're looking forward to hearing that at some point. Peter, did you have your hand up? You're muted.
Yes, Peter. Yeah, okay. Yes, I would like to say that I think Goldberg's points is extremely relevant to Bateson. I think Bateson was dealing with in-betweenness all the time, whether he talked about evolution or whether he talked about communication, because this was both, he was not a producer-oriented, he was a receiver-oriented person from the point of view of what communication is. and intersubjectivity, which he defined as not being in space or time, but nevertheless the thirdness that is there. He feels the Peirce, in fact, did not get this point, and Peirce leaned towards objectivity and a relationship of subjectivity and objectivity, rather than co-activity defining everything. And just the term that he used visually was moiré, which was a term borrowed from Waddington, as a matter of fact, to represent the third interactive plane that brings the two into a third dimensional percept.
Jaime, would you like to speak to that?
I appreciate your comments very much, Peter. One thing I'll tell you, I'm a mechanical engineer. Optical methods were my research subject. Moray was part of that. And so again, I in one of the Bateson books, he has a Moray pattern printed on there. And again, it's, thank you for sharing that. Thank you.
Okay, Jaime, thank you very much for another great presentation. And now, with everyone's kind permission, we'll go to our next presenter, which is Róbert Bohát. His talk is called Metaphors to Survive by Two, from figures of perception to figures of speech. Get out of your way now.
Apologies. Thank you very much. Go to the ant, observe its ways, and become wise. What a biosemiotic invitation coming from the wise King Solomon 3,000 years ago. And what could we learn if we did exactly that? Perhaps not to give up, as we see this little ant wriggling and struggling with a large grub or larva, or maybe helping each other, helping the weak, as we see this little worker ant helping another worker, or maybe diligence and industriousness, as we see this productive little forest ant foraging around. And maybe the most valuable lesson, or one of the most valuable lessons, would be that appearances, signs, can lead and mislead, because in fact, these observations would have been those of a lobster moth whose larva, whose caterpillar mimics the body shape of an ant struggling with a caterpillar, but it's actually a caterpillar. The helpful worker ant was actually a spider, Karenga ant-like jumper, and the diligent worker ant was actually a bug, a nymph of a bug, Myrmecoris gracilis. Sibiok speaks about these cases of mimicry as deceptive nonverbal signaling. Others have called them lies, imposters, tricksters, dishonest signaling, cheats, and so on and so forth. All the criminal record you can imagine. My argument in this proposal is that these are not cheaters, liars, and so on, but metaphor makers. In other words, that mimicry phenomena are not ethical, cultural, or social phenomena, and therefore should not be studied or perceived or analyzed in terms of cultural phenomena such as ethics, law, imposters, liars, cheaters, but rather this is a natural phenomenon, just like, according to the conceptual or cognitive metaphor theory, the phenomenon of metaphor is a natural embodied cognition phenomenon. And therefore, if we study mimicry as biometaphors or biosemiotic metaphors, biometaphors for short, we will actually be studying the natural by means of the natural methodology rather than mixing methods inappropriately. And this brings us to the question of analogy. Lawrence, in his Noble Acceptance speech, even went as far as saying there's no false analogy. It's a challenging statement, but I'm trying to think about it at least. Hofstadter argues that analogy is the core of cognition. Lawrence, interestingly, uses the example of a leg, that we don't use the quotation marks when we say the insect leg. And so all of this is part of trying to understand what it is like to be a bat or a cat or a gnat or a rat, any of those. Do we need a magical King Solomon's ring, as another publication by Konrad Lorenz suggested? No, because we have biosemiotics, and we can now enhance the methodology with conceptual metaphor theory. We all, humans and non-humans, live in a universal semiosphere. We all do things with signs, to borrow Austin's expression. And figurativeness seems to be an integral part of both human and non-human cognition. So can the cognitive metaphor theory help or be useful in the study of biosemiotics? Yes, because it can help us decode at least partly, and maybe a little bit more deeply, some zoosemiotic phenomena a little bit better, and maybe even understand ourselves a little bit better. Or in other words, maybe help us navigate our Umwelten in the universal semiosphere with sign and metasign or metaphorical signs, and also help us understand how animals do things with signs, to paraphrase Nagel's big question, or more narrowly in this case, how do animals do things with signs and metasigns, biometaphors? So in other words, the proposal is to study biological mimicry as embodied metaphors to survive by, because the mimic becomes an embodied sign of the model organism. In other words, it appears to be something that it is not. And that's very metaphorical by nature. And then we could maybe attempt this is just a very rudimentary draft trans-semiotic biotranslation attempt. For example, the moth that is a hornet in the eyes of the potential predator, trying to at least take intersubjectivity into consideration. The potential predator would often, as observational evidence and experimental evidence confirms, avoid this mimic. So the message would be, don't go there, stop, it's dangerous, don't touch. Whereas the same sign, the hornet that is not a hornet, to a potential mate, a fellow hornet moth, would appear as, yes, this is a healthy specimen, he's okay, he's good, potential for mating, and do go there. So just a very quick example. But still the question is, can we establish the metaphor mimicry isomorphism somehow? We could do this with mathematical symbols. If we represent a working semiotic definition of metaphor as metaphor being an identification of sign A as sign B, if and only if A is not B, and representing sign A as sign B could look something like this red little summary. A metaphor is a situation such as there exists an A that is B, if and only if A is not B. Quite a paradox. We could have a parathesis or parallel thesis with mimicry, attempting draft biosemiotic definition of mimicry as an identification or perceived equality of an organism of species A as an organism of species B, if and only if species B is not really species A, and vice versa. And if we put it in mathematical symbols, we see that mimicry is a situation or a phenomenon where there exists an A that is B, if and only if A is not B. To put it together, to synthesize the thesis and parathesis, we see that procedurally and processually, metaphor and mimicry appear to be isomorphic. This could also be tested with diagrams inspired by Humberto Eco's and other diagrams in trying to understand metaphors, and we could see if it works for mimicry as well. at the level of semiosis, an interpreter sees an object and sees a sign, then the interpreter sees the sign and recognizes the sign as the object which is represented by the sign. In metasemiosis, or in metaphor, the interpreter sees a sign prime, but the sign prime is not really the object. It's as when we say love is a journey. Well, love is not literally a journey, but this journey sign tells us something about love, which is quite different, and that would be the metasemiotic paradox. Here, the same thing seems to be happening in mimicry, because there's the model organism with perhaps, for example, an aposematic warning coloring, and then a receiver encounters the aposematic specimen, which is a sign, a true sign of the, or an accurate sign of the model organism, and predation avoidance happens. But when the receiver also encounters a sign prime or a metasign, a mimic, which is not the model, like the hornet moth is not a hornet, predator or predation avoidance still happens. And that, as we can see in this example, the bird predator perceiving the hornet moth would give it the absolute value, to borrow a mathematical expression, the absolute value of a hornet, even though it's a moth and potential food, and predation avoidance would follow. Or in an opposite direction, there is the spider-tailed horned viper that lives in Iran, and its tail resembles physically a spider, and the viper even moves the tail in such a way that it looks like a spider is crawling on a rock. There's footage online that shows how predatory birds actually attack the spider, trying to predate on the spider, the metaphorical spider, but become prey in the process themselves, which shows also a shift in the ecological niche by means of this biometaphor. So even the diagrams seem to show that the same thing is happening, or at least something very, very similar is happening in metaphor as well as in mimicry. And this approach could maybe help combining conceptual metaphor theory with biosemiotics, could also help deepen our understanding of the problem of imperfect mimicry. People are often puzzled, how come even imperfect mimics often get the benefits? Well, an integral part of the conceptual metaphor theory is the concept of cognitive models and prototype theory, Eleanor Roche, Lakoff Johnson, and many others. Such as when we speak of a wing, the wing prototype typically includes not just the shape of a wing, but also its function, flying. When a poet says, I wish I had wings, he or she means, I wish I could fly. So an ostrich wing is a wing, a penguin wing flipper is still a wing anatomically, but it's not as close to the prototype as an eagle's wing, for example. And this could perhaps be harmonized and needs to be explored further with the speed accuracy hypothesis and the categorization, which is prototype theory, and as well as fuzzy boundaries by Lotfi Zadeh and many other things. So potential for further exploration there. And we could even, using the prototype, I would like to propose a prototype continuum also to show the fuzziness, that these are not clear-cut boundaries here. My favorite yellow jacket continuum, just a draft. We see the model organisms here who truly have the aposematic coloring, as well as the sting that represents, or that means danger. And then we have the mimics here, just some of them. There are so many of the yellow jacket continuum. And we see that the hoverfly, for example, is much closer to the prototype than the wasp spider or the wasp beetle. And so we could maybe again see and even study the percentage of success in predation avoidance based on the similarity or closeness and distance from the prototypical pattern or model organism there. And we could combine it with the source domain, and as the model being the source domain, as in conceptual metaphor theory, and the mimic would be the target domain. And this again might open some opportunities for a deeper or study of animal cognition, and maybe not only animal cognition. So in other words, combining biosemiotics with conceptual metaphor theory or mimicry as biometaphors, both include cross-domain mapping, both include and emphasize embodied cognition, and in mimicry, it's the embodied sign. Both are metasemiotic. They create a sign of a sign, we could say a meta sign, and are prototype based. So that would work. And that brings me to the synthesis advertised in the abstract, because as I was working on this from my conceptual metaphor theory work with humans and students in school, and in the role of metaphors in learning, I was trying to see the similarities with animal and non-human cognition in general. And I was looking for any papers, articles, if anybody had ever done this comparison between mimicry and metaphors. And for a long time, I couldn't find anything. And only when the paper was basically ready, I discovered Coleta's paper from 1993. So I only managed to briefly mention him at the end of didn't have time to change the whole paper based on that, but I wanted to do justice to his ideas and maybe to look at potential synthesis opportunities. Coleta argues, in my opinion, very convincingly that there's a relationship between metaphor making in human beings and the solving of complex visual puzzles in animals. He calls it the indexical stretching expressed through the predator-prey relationship, which is a kind of metatrope. And in Toad Crypsis, for example, he even uses the expression that Crypsis makes the toad metaphorically equal to a stone. And he uses the expression of meta-index because of the metaphorical or rather indexical stretching, and the expression that just as metaphor is a figure of speech, the mimicry phenomena are a figure of sight in biological mimicry. Because it says, he says, it says or sees one thing as another, as all metaphors do, which I think is very fitting. My proposal at synthesis here would be that I would still prefer using the word meta-sign, at least for the time being, and instead of meta-index, which seems to be narrower, and we could expand the figures of sight or generalize them into figures of perception, because there are figures of sight, figures of sound, scent, and taste, and maybe there are other opportunities. For example, the figures of sound. In Drongo's case, the fork-tailed drongo has been reported as mimicking meerkats' alarm calls. And then as soon as they hear it, they drop all their food and run for safety, and drongo comes and eats all the food. More than 30 different alarm calls were used by drongos, according to one report. And interestingly, the paper, interestingly entitled Deception by Flexible Alarm Mimicry by Flower, Gribble, and Ridley, even shows potential for quantitative analysis of mimicry in terms of what we see in the graphs. So just a quick example of the figure of sound or figure of hearing. Then there is a very dynamic kinetic or kinesthetic ritualization or displacement activity, as Komarek calls it. The domestic rooster offers some food to the hen before mating, but the pheasant male of genus Lophura only acts out this behavior without actually offering anything. Komarek argues that this action has a representational value. It is symbolic, which is a very courageous expression. Now we're talking about biological or biosemiotic symbols. But whatever the case, the situation in this case, the pheasant offering nothing, just going through the motions, resembles human rituals that Lakoff and Johnson described as experiential gestalts with sequences of actions that could be metaphorical kinds of activities. So enacted metaphors there. And of course, perhaps even something like personification, or weaver spiders who build dummy copies of themselves with self-mimicry, very poetic, poiesis, making something. With the metaphor of the dummy as a spider, it's like personification, attributing properties of the living to the non-living. There's this spiderness to a non-spider, non-living aggregate of debris and insect body parts from previous food. And that, of course, then involves the predator in fabula, to paraphrase Eco's lector in fabula, because the study by Tseng and Tso and others report higher frequency of wasp attacks on those webs with those decorations, with those dummy copies. But the actual probability of the real spider being attacked becomes lower by virtue of those dummy copies, of those self-mimicry. So that's an interesting connection. So to sum it up, as a synthesis, I would prefer to, at this point at least, to stick with the term meta-sign rather than meta-index as a general term, but examine further the specific cases of meta-icon, meta-index, and so on. Use the conceptual metaphor of terminology like source domain and target domain for model and mimic, respectively, rather than the older expressions of tenor and vehicle. To generalize Coletta's figure of sight, which is a beautiful expression in my opinion, into figure of perception, and that can include much more than just visual perception, and of course use the convention of capitalizing metaphors, like love is a journey with capitals, shows that this is a metaphor. A moth is a hornet, for example, for the hornet moth mimicry, could be an example like that. Conclusion. Can the conceptual metaphor theory help be useful in biosemiotic studies? Yes, with the concept of biometaphors, prototypes, embodied cognition, and many others. It could even help us connect these to play. Bateson's nip, that's not a bite, as Mr. Gudemi said. This could also mean, if it turns out to be the case, that humans are not the only metaphor makers, just as Jane Goodall and others established that humans are not the only tool makers. And what next? I would like to examine whether there is a meaningful connection between the prototype theory and prototypes with linguistic stereotypes, and also a parallel between Umwelt in Uexküllian sense and the linguistic image of the world that the Lublin School of Cognitive Ethnolinguistics by Professor Bartminski and others promotes. That's another Lublin connection, just as we had heard about Leon Coy yesterday. And biology could benefit, to quote Hugo de Vries, natural selection may explain the survival of the fittest, but cannot explain the arrival of the fittest, and many other implications there. And of course, epistemology and cognitive science can benefit too. As Nassim Nicholas Taleb says, there are many books written by ornithologists about birds, but not so many books on birds written by birds, or books written by birds about ornithologists. So although we can't foresee very early books written by birds about birds, at least maybe with the biosemiotic and conceptual metaphor theory, King Solomon's ring, so to speak, maybe it can help us get a little bit less confused when we go to the ant. So just a selected bibliography. The full bibliography is in the paper, and thank you very much. Don, it looks like you're muted.
I'm so sorry. Very good. I saw a lot of applause. I see first up with the hand is Oscar, Alexei, Philip, Tori, Jeremiah. Oscar.
Yeah, thank you. Robert, great. I liked your presentation so much. And my comment is, if you could elaborate indeed in this notion of biosemiotic symbols, because I do agree that if we acknowledge the fact that symbols have a metaphorical cognition behind them, in the sense that icons have an analogical one and indexes a metonymical one, I would say that yes, there is every element to support the fact. And just as a reminder, I will paste into the conversation in the chat a definition of symbol that might be useful in this regard. So what do you think?
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is my favorite problem that keeps me awake at night. I've been thinking about this for more than a year now, ever since I read Komarek's account of this. So I haven't resolved. So I have periods where I agree with it more and where periods where I disagree with it, or where I'm afraid to jump to conclusions to be. And the definition you kindly shared says a sign to which a general idea is attached by virtue of a habit which may have been deliberately instituted or may have grown up in a natural way. Now that's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. I'll definitely return to that. And I think this would match the situation with the pheasant, but also other cases of mimicry. This would match beautifully. So thank you. I'm still exploring, still trying to make sure that I don't, because joyfully, I love that idea. So when I love an idea, I try to keep myself under control. Thank you, Oscar.
Unlike the rest of us. Alexei.
Robert, thank you for presentation. However, you did not convince me that mimicry is equivalent to metaphor, because science, besides equivalence, relations have also a goal-directedness, as mentioned by Wilfred North. And I agree with him. So the goal-directedness of mimicry is very different from the goal-directedness of metaphor, because metaphor is supposed to enrich the meaning of the existing notion for the reader, whereas the mimicry is targeted as on a substitution, which is a different goal.
Thank you very much. In fact, I would argue that although this point is very true and very important, however, this is why I emphasize the word cognitive or conceptual metaphor theory, because traditionally conceived, the Aristotelian and traditional concept of metaphor reduces the goal-orientedness of metaphor just to the cognitive enhancing and opening up new cognitive areas of, and maybe getting to know the unknown by means of the known, which is true, but it's only one part of the truth, or the multidimensional, as you mentioned, of it, or multifaceted and multifunctional aspects of cognitive metaphor. And in fact, we use cognitive metaphors to achieve other purposes, even to orientate ourselves in the space. And oftentimes we use those cognitive metaphors, which most people wouldn't even call metaphors because they are so deeply ingrained in us, that physically to navigate space or look for food or even describe our emotional and even physiological states and gestalts. So I would say that given the conceptual metaphor theory or cognitive metaphor theory definition, which is much deeper, there is a rudimentary metaphoricity on the level of non-humans, and humans have taken that basic rudimentary level of metaphoricity, which is at the substitution level, as you nicely and correctly pointed out. And humans have just with language and maybe other capacities have taken it to a higher level.
Okay, excellent. Now we have 3 more comments and I want to hear them all. I'm sure we all want to hear them all. So let's make them very concise. Philip.
Yes, I don't know how concise. I noticed in the last slide that you made the connection with Bateson's play theory. In fact, there are 2 articles in Steps to Ecology that are very relevant to what you're talking about. Also coding and redundancy and the theory of play. They both are extremely mathematically identical, I think, to what you're describing in a lot of ways. The whole emphasis on the classic paradoxes and how they fed into the identification of play as a key thing to investigate. So I'm very, very excited by this. I wanted to make the comment that these days, Nora Bateson, who is not here, is using the concept of, today, is using the concept of abductive process a lot in context where you're using metaphor. I'm wondering generally whether that is, whether there's a difference that you would place between metaphor as you're trying to use it, Robert, and abductive process. I guess I'll stop there.
Yeah, this is, I'll try to be concise. So very briefly, yes, so thank you for that connection, because I only heard, for the first time I heard the nib that's not a bite from your presentation. So thanks again. I looked up the paper, or at least a paper. I just Googled the expression, and the title even spoke about play and fantasy. So animals and fantasy. I mean, 5 years ago, I would have laughed at the idea, and today I'm seriously exploring it. With the abduction, I will definitely get in touch with Nora, and I would like to explore that combination. I have a personal hypothesis, but that would, to make it meaningful, would probably take longer than I can do. So I'll definitely get in touch with Nora and try to explore that. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Also, sorry, Phil. No. That's all I want to say, is get in touch with me on that. I'm very curious.
Very good. Well, so we have 1 minute before we move into the breakout room where we can continue. And I'd like to ask Boris and Tori to please let Jeremiah have a question, because we haven't had a question from Jeremiah yet. And then Tori and Boris, you can pick it up in the breakout room if that's okay. So Jeremiah?
Yes, thanks, Don. Thank you, Robert. Very interesting presentation. I think you partially addressed this in your answer to Alexei, but if I understood correctly, but I wanted to just ask about your seeing one thing as another by not noticing a difference in the sense of ethological mimicry versus seeing one thing as another, but no, realizing the difference in the linguistic metaphor sense. And I just wondered if you could elaborate that. I suppose this relates to the conceptual metaphor that you're getting at.
Yes. Now, if I understood the question correctly, and correct me if not, yes, there is a significant difference between the capacity to see something as something else, which it isn't, and not know about it, and then see something as what it isn't and know it's not true. Like when we watch a movie, we know it never happened, right? At least in some cases when it's a fictional movie, but we still cry, we still cheer the hero, and we still malign the bad guys, the antagonists. And so we have actual real physical reactions in our body, and adrenaline rushes and so on when we watch those movies, even though we know the actor stood up after being killed in that movie and went home and had lunch afterwards. So we humans, at least humanly, we know that this is not the case, and yet we act, or our bodies, embodied cognition, act as if it was happening for real. So my suspicion, and this is very hypothetical and speculative still, that experienced animals, because naive chicks, for example, when they had mealworms painted with the pattern of the yellow jacket, and naive chicks didn't distinguish, they just ate everything as if it was normal. But chicks that had encountered a hornet or a wasp avoided those with a very significant difference. So my question would be, and of course we're waiting for the books written by birds about birds, in human language preferably, to find out whether they would, like humans, still have the physical reactions to a mimic, even though they may realize that this is a mimic. That would be a very good question. Thank you for bringing that up.
Very good. Very, very good. Thank you all very much. And thank you, Robert, for a very excellent talk. We're going to go open our breakout rooms now for the next, for the next 13 minutes. So if Ludmilla would put the countdown clock on right after I open the breakout room, I will open them. again, if you need help getting in, simply say the word. Otherwise, put yourself in and enjoy the breakout room. They are open. It is open. Peter, you want to go in?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I wanted to say, and I may say it to you, I think.
Yeah.
I think we've just heard a redefinition of Peirce's notion of secondness. It's not indexical, it's meta-indexical. And metaphor is the central characteristic of this meta-indexicality. That's all I wanted to say.
Definitely worth giving that some thought, and I will. So I'll put you in the room, and I need to take care of some back-end stuff now. Enjoy the talk, Peter.
Please put me in too, Don. I appreciate it.
I recognize that voice. Who is it?
Don Froelich.
Okay. You have a distinctive voice, Don. Nice and deep.
Uh-oh.
Okay, enjoy.
Thank you.
Is Robert here?
Anyone else need to go in who's not in? Jeremiah, unmute yourself.
I'd love to.
Sure. No, you should be able to. I can assign you. No worries.
I should be able to do it, huh?
It's all right.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I think you're assigned, right? Yeah. Okay. Anyone else? No? Okay. Then with that, I'm going to step away to see a man about a dog. I've sent the message into the room. We'll all be together soon. Andy Painter, live from Fukuoka.
Hey, hey. How you doing,
How you
Don?
doing, man? Good to see you.
Excellent. Wonderful to be here.
Can you give us a little drumming later?
You don't want that.
We might.
Have Yogi can do that.
Okay, after conference. A little after conference.
Okay. So, I think we're all back here. And we're going to start our second session of the day, beginning with, oh, sorry about that. We could mute. Okay. Starting with Andrew Painter from Kyushu University, Japan. Andrew's paper is on From Incomplete Nature to Incomplete Society, Sense, Absence, and Mass Media Communications. Andrew, take it away.
Okay. Let me get my slides together. Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, and it looks good too, your insert in the screen.
Okay, yeah, I figured I've got to do something media-like. I read Terry Deacon's Incomplete Nature about 7 years ago and went to my first gatherings 3 years ago at UC Berkeley. But I am a cultural anthropologist, as you will soon discover. And so my knowledge of biosemiotics, Peircean theory, etc., is quite incomplete. So actually this paper originally, the paper that I'm going to be using today was originally written for a more general audience. And what I've gone and done is take out the really obvious parts that would bore you guys to death. And so in a sense, the first half of this paper itself is rather incomplete. But the second half will talk about data on a completely different level than we've been talking about mostly in this conference, that of the complex dynamics of a modern television station, that kind of organization. So let's get right into it. 3 decades ago, I was doing anthropological fieldwork inside the production department of a major Japanese television station in Osaka. My goal was to understand TV. Oh, hold on just a sec. My goal was to understand TV as a cultural system. Like any responsible ethnographer, I started with the basics, did a straightforward political analysis of the organization of the company, which was elite, hierarchical, and patriarchal, including the way that it made a profit by selling its viewers to sponsors and advertisers. Things got a little bit more complicated, however, when I tried to make sense of how the various television programs actually attracted audiences and kept them coming back for more. I focused my research on the everyday work practices of TV producers to try to find some clues to the logic of the Japanese TV system. Noticing that the television station was almost completely insulated from viewers and how most TV workers proudly declared that they never actually watched TV themselves, I proposed that the spatial, temporal, and technological gap between producers and audiences inherent in this media afforded a sort of quasi-mediacy or a quasi-intimacy on television that was inherently attractive to Japanese viewers. TV producers developed and refined reliable, cheap formulas for producing what the Japanese called shitashimi-yasui, or familiar programs that kept audiences watching TV throughout the day, even when they were doing other activities. Near the end of the 20th century, Japanese TV had become the ambient environment for much of daily life, and it was truly everywhere in Japan, no matter what you looked at, kind of like the Olympics. Today, after the early 1990s collapse of the economic bubble and decades of downsizing brought real change to many areas of Japanese society, the most amazing thing about Japanese television is how much it has fundamentally managed to stay the same. In terms of flow, form, topics, and even the personalities appearing on the screen, Japanese TV has continued to repeat its same familiar patterns. Recent scholarship on Japanese TV confirms its inertia and is thus hard-pressed to discover any new television formulas that do not go back decades, including the ubiquitous talk shows, which are all over Japanese television, and the use of inexpensive, interchangeable young idols on all sorts of TV programs in Japan today. So if nothing else, Japanese television has proved itself to be a very persistent, self-referential kind of system, and this itself is a social fact that needs explaining. So here, what I want to do is use irresponsibly several theoretical insights from biosemiotics and elements from Niklas Luhmann's sociology of functionally differentiated systems to observe Japanese television in a new way. I want to better understand how the mass media functions as a system whose primary goals are self-reproduction and social stabilization, not really direct communication at all. And to grasp this somewhat counterintuitive thesis, I want to start with some ideas about living systems, organization, and information. So the first part is about models, living systems, and information, and you guys know this stuff better than me, so I'll go through this relatively quickly. But Maturana and Varela posited as early as the 1970s that all living systems are autopoietic. According to their theory, organisms can only function as systems through differentiating themselves from their environment, prototypically by constructing a membrane to define themselves as inside while everything else is outside. In this way, the first move in the game of life is to draw a line, to make a distinction, to create a difference. Once this boundary is created, the autopoietic living system sees the world in terms of its own internal structure, functioning, sensing, and semiosis. Of course, the system is in contact with the outside world, where it has to locate resources for its continued existence. But by operational necessity, the system reduces the complexity of its environment. The semi-permeable so-called fluid mosaic membrane between the organism and the world limits direct interaction with the environment to specific specialized interfaces called structural couplings. And Maturana and Varela use this same term, as does Niklas Luhmann, but I think for different reasons, both sets of theorists actually never really developed this idea adequately, at least for me to understand and use it. It seems to me that Maturana and Varela drift into a world of logical axioms, while Luhmann likes to gesture towards paradoxes, which sound really cool, but they don't really help us come up with real-world examples of how these structural couplings actually operate. Be that as it may, the organism develops, reproduces, and lives in its own life world, or Umwelt, an auto-produced model of reality, the environment of itself. If Umwelt are real biological systems, we may ask, then how can they be measured and compared to discover that something extra they give to living beings that enables them to feel, make choices, think, plan, and try? And here, of course, we turn to Terry Deacon. So Terence Deacon's seminal study, Incomplete Nature, makes the case that because all living beings are incomplete, they can only be fully understood by considering what is missing from them as well as what is tangible here and now. Where most scientists argue that there is no place for teleology in scientific explanation, Deacon insists that intentional phenomena like feelings, functions, and goals are real. Also, they can be approached if we, quote, think about the physical world in thoroughly dynamical, that is to say, process terms, recasting our notions of causality in terms of something like a geometry of this dynamics, etc. You guys know the quote. It seems we should focus not so much then on the stuff of the world as on the organizational features of it. This move has important implications for how we understand science, the environment, and our relation to both. For this particular paper, the main takeaways from Deacon have to do with his unique conceptualization and synthesis of constraint, information, and communication. Simply put, the environment is complex, living beings are complex, and the interactions and traces of interactions between each involve constraints on reality that can be read as information by living systems. The organism is able to model its world based on this always incomplete information, which, now internal to the system, is both enabling and constraining. Furthermore, processes of communication, always mediated by both form and energy, can imbue causal effects on information in the form of constraints that are passed along, transformed, and used for later work. Deakin thus believes that scientists can theoretically measure information or a constraint in terms of its effects on work. More useful information, it follows, can be used for doing or avoiding more work. Deakin's conviction that information can be studied in this way is a major point of difference between his perspective and that of Maturana and Varela, and it also differs from Niklas Luhmann's social systems framework, to which we now turn. So part 2 is talking about Luhmann's use of information and social systems. Niklas Luhmann's unique and important contributions to sociology are more about complex societies than primitive organisms, but he uses Maturana and Varela's theory of autopoiesis in a creative way nonetheless. In a series of compendious studies, he argues that everyday people, and sociologists as well, know remarkably little about the actual workings of society and its functionally differentiated systems, including law, politics, economics, and communications, because they are unable to get past already outmoded ideas of nation states, democracy, and civil society. Luhmann argues that these relatively independent social subsystems work to carry out operations that functionally serve the larger system, while in the process ensuring their own autopoiesis vis-a-vis systemic and external environments. One would assume at this point that Luhmann would go into more detail about how these interfaces work between these various subsystems, but he rarely elaborates or explains much about what to me is a key point. For Luhmann, instead, in a complex, functionally differentiated system, every position in society offers only a partial view of the whole, and therefore final explanations of the reality of the system are still beyond our reach. And this is probably a good thing. According to Luhmann, social life itself is an improbable system to imagine in the world. Being able to explain it is even more improbable, and being able to steer it in a desired direction is virtually impossible. Thus, in the reality of the mass media, Luhmann argues that while the media is both ubiquitous and suspect, so long as it continues to function as a kind of meta-observer of society by society, it will have a role to play in modern culture. According to Luhmann, quote, "The system of the mass media has its own function, and that can be said to be the stabilization of a relationship of redundancy and variety in everyday culture." Rather than leading society, then, the operations of the mass media reproduce themselves while also holding up a mirror that reflects the social memory. The familiar media world acts as a scaffolding for social communication, including face-to-face communication, that is constructed and reconstructed from moment to moment. Indeed, it makes a certain intuitive sense that the mass media could help integrate society by offloading some of the cultural and informational load from individuals and groups onto a specialized system of communication, a kind of real-time representation of common sense. In his characteristically paradoxical style, however, Luhmann insists that this social memory is not a resource like a library of knowledge, so much as it is a tractor-based snapshot of banal social communications that constantly need to be forgotten and remade. Quote, "Memory is performing a constantly co-occurring discrimination of forgetting and remembering that accompanies all observations as they occur. The main part of this activity is the forgetting, whereas only exceptionally is something remembered. For without forgetting, without the freeing up of capacities for new operations, the system would have no future," unquote. In this way, the mass media have found their niche by functioning as familiar yet capricious observers, reporters, and entertainers for those who live in the social system. To keep up the flow of observations, all the media industries need to do is come up with varieties and topics to suggest, comment on, and recycle. For media like television, the quality of flow, of being in the now, as Raymond William pointed out a long time ago, is essential. In fact, according to Luhmann, this constant observational function is the most important role of the media, more than just communicating information or educating the populace. So borrowing a bit from Deacon to help unpack Luhmann's thought, it seems that we can see topics, programs, and mass media genres as constraints that make possible the continuous auto-production of more topics and programs in an endless flow. As with literary genres and schemas, they are scaffoldings that give structure to both producers and viewers to enable connection, a kind of structural coupling, and they work like catalysts to speed up and promote further communication. For example, many Japanese TV viewers who I talk to here would tell me that it's important for them to watch television because that will come up in conversation the next day at work. And if they don't watch television, how could they keep up with the conversation, that sort of thing. From the point of view of the mass media systems, then, it is their job to irritate viewers, to attract their attention, and to keep them watching. And some conclusions. Maturana and Varela are biologists and system builders with a penchant for models. Luhmann imaginatively took their ideas of autopoiesis to fit it into his own theoretical model for understanding complex social systems. And Deacon is so ambitious as to model the beginnings of life on Earth, the evolution of information, language, and meaning, and even the ways in which things that are absent can shape our lives in real ways. Compared to these thinkers, I'm just an ethnographer needing to make some connections between their ideas and my warm data on television in Japan. First, I'm intrigued by Deacon's field reversal of perspective that makes it worthwhile to look for meaningful absences. I think I can immediately think of lots of them from my experiences inside the television station. However, the first one is the most complex, and it's the question of hierarchy. This construct, although invisible, cannot be ignored if you are in any Japanese organization or in wider society. For Japanese TV workers, hierarchy was found in work groups at the level of the entire organization and throughout their lives. They understood their social world in terms of ranked vertical relationships, as well as more harmonious horizontal connections, such as those with their age mates and school friends. Just as Louis Dumont found in his research on the Indian caste system, the first building block of the hierarchical worldview is not of rank or differentiation, but instead it is belongingness and social encompassment. Note how Dumont is precisely doing the Deaconian field reversal here, illuminating the logic of hierarchy by showing how belongingness, in this case it would be X, encompassing Y, belongingness comes before ranking. The whole comes before the differentiated part. This reversal is crucial because it helps us to understand how people living in hierarchies find the system not only tolerable, but also natural. And this was for my own research in Japanese society, not only in the television station. Learning to recognize and understand hierarchy was a real hurdle for me. Many TV workers, for example, complained about the inflexibility of the TV station, like one new employee who in a drunken interview said, quote, "When I entered this company, I thought it would be like heaven or an amusement park. But instead, wherever you go, you have people come together in a workplace, you end up getting a system." Unquote. Despite these complaints, however, these same TV workers accepted hierarchy as inevitable inside the company, and outside the company, they enjoyed very high status in society. Moreover, the TV programs that they created reflected this hierarchical worldview, most often as representations of unity of the Japanese people and the nation state of Japan. And if you wonder why Japan went to all the trouble to broadcast the Olympic Games, I think the question of this image of unity is quite salient here. A more episodic example about another type of absentiality is I was working in the television station a lot of the time as a so-called floor director in the studio, and we would give cues and information to the people on stage throughout a lot of the times live broadcasts. And the worst thing that we could do was end up showing up on camera, and that was the cardinal sin of a television employee, was being caught on camera. And I wondered, why was that such a big deal? Why did the director almost have a heart attack every time a crew member showed up on camera? Marxist-inclined critics might argue that such glitches violate the imperative to not reveal the means of media production. And I think it also has something to do with Raymond Williams' idea of flow. But we can also relate it to Luhmann's concept that, or his insight that the media is positioned as a sort of meta-observer of society, and as such, it's hardly appropriate to reveal the backstage side of this process, highlighting how TV in many ways is only a constructed reality. This gap is keenly felt at times by the producers, one who told me in an interview that TV is basically a scam. There are technological factors at play here as well. Much relevance engineering has gone into the technology of television to make the world on TV appear natural, veridical, and spontaneous. Without television cameras, of course, there would be nothing on TV. Unlike vision in the natural world, the TV camera is an eye that requires an operator, an editor, and a producer to put together the signals into a specific kind of symbolic production. The directness and spontaneity of TV programs thus needs specific technologies, has to be carefully planned, rehearsed, and produced. In Deacon's terms, what appears to be an orthograde process of communication to the audience is actually known to be contragrade by the producers. That is, it requires real work to create and deploy a TV show, even though most of this work is invisible to the audience. And my final and maybe most important case of absence is the television audience itself. In production meetings, news programs, meetings, sessions, and all the mundane work of the television station, the audience is always absent and usually ignored. TV workers in general look down on their audience. From their perspective, the audience is needy, unintelligent, and base. In this way, the mass media differentiates its inside and outside by making a fundamental distinction between producers and consumers of its communications. By stereotyping viewers in this way, television workers reduce the complexity of their audience, who are, after all, considered the environment of the media system. Only a little bit to go here. While some employees in...
Andy?
Yeah. How am I doing time-wise?
You're 3 minutes over time if we wanted 10 minutes for questions. We've got about 7 minutes for questions now.
Okay, I got 2 paragraphs. Okay. Despite the confidence of TV producers in the circular workings of their own system, many are also aware that audiences and viewership patterns are changing. Now, more interactive technologies, including computers, the internet, and smartphones, have eaten away at the overall amount of time people spend watching television, a phenomenon those in Japanese TV call terebi banari, or separation from television. Faced with competition from new attention platforms, including the so-called social media, TV is experiencing a fundamental change in the landscape of social communications. The most common responses to this situation in Japan have to lower costs, to incorporate competing media within the TV flow, like using user-created videos on air, and to keep on doing what has worked in the past. Corporations, like organisms, develop their own habits that are hard to change. While overall profitability has taken a hit, the vertically integrated, economically and politically connected mass media industries have managed to keep reproducing their communicative operations from generation to generation. A key reason for this resiliency of the mass media in Japan, I believe, is because they help to stabilize the social system. That is, by producing more of the same communications, the expected kind of information, the familiar, regular patterns. The mass media anchor society and the social imaginary against sudden change. If you should find this relentless process somehow irritating, then you can rest assured that the mass media is just doing its job. And I will stop sharing there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Andy. That was great. First paper of a panel looking at questions. I see first Don's hand up. Please, Don.
Andy, that was awesome. Let me ask you something for you to expand upon a little bit. Of course, Deacon's notion is built upon the idea that the environment, the availability of, say, metabolites to an early system will dissipate. It will eat it all up quick if it doesn't find a way to keep reproducing. But you bring up a very interesting point. Modern mass media is as much about forgetting, immediate forgetting, wiping the slate, starting again tomorrow, not keeping continuity, as it is with repeating regular patterns. Can you say a bit more about this forgetting aspect? Because I think that's really fascinating.
I stole that from Luhmann, and I think he stole it from some system theories people. So, and I've also read the same thing in work in cognition, talking about how actually it takes more energy to forget something than to remember it, which all of those are sort of interesting elements to me, but I can't really speak to whether, I'm sort of being an irresponsible anthropologist here and extrapolating the concept. I mean, to bring it all the way back down to Deacon stuff, I cut out everything that I tried to do like that in this paper. I'm not confident enough to do that. However, I think thinking about where we tend to think about memory a lot and not talk about forgetting, I think that's an important point. And I think that's something to bear in mind or quickly forget.
Well said.
Great. Other questions or comments? Yes, James, please.
I'm fascinated. My mind goes back to a conference I was at in Moscow in 2000, where right after the fall of the Soviet Union, there was a change in the dynamics of communication. And I used a word which I thought I was going to get strung up for, but it was propaganda. And so the use of media and TV is just another new tool in that string. Your thoughts on that?
Well, just to give you the case of Japan, when in the post-war period, Japan started to build its TV system with the American assistance, if you go back and look at the history of what sorts of people were hired into the TV industry, they were specifically ex-military, ex-politician, ex-policemen. The way, and I studied mostly private television corporations. The NHK in Japan is kind of like the BBC, much more closely tied to the government. But even private corporations, when they got started, they specifically kind of to get the license and to make sure that they were showing that there wasn't going to be any of the rocking of the boat in the nation state. They were all hiring those sorts of people, and that later there was a backlash in the 1960s and 1970s from workers' unions in the media industry who were not happy with their bosses. And so, but that radicalism is long gone in the Japanese media right now. As a matter of fact, unfortunately, the role of the government in censoring media and laws that have been passed in the past since the earthquake and tsunami in Fukushima and the subsequent meltdown. Since then, media regulation has actually intensified here, and Japan's media is suffering from that.
Okay, so it is a major factor then. Thank you.
Tori.
Yeah, hear me now. Going along with the idea of censorship and propaganda, Stanley Salve has interesting characterization of complex systems, and any media institution is a complex system. This one is not built for communication so much as control. It's always been used by the centers of power to control. Salve says that when a institution is aging out, it is unable to accept any new information at all, and it becomes completely reactionary. And we have massive censorship in the United States right now. The White House has announced that they'll be telling you what the trusted information is, and they'll be directing Facebook and Twitter and so forth. So it's reached its peak. And when a system becomes reactionary like that, it's on its way out. It's in the death throes. So I just, you're going back to Luhmann. Well, what would Luhmann say about the present situation where we went through this evolution of having this really, for a time, wonderful horizontal communication before YouTube was bought out by Google? I'll stop there because I think we're over town.
Okay. Yeah, I think Luhmann might say, you'd be surprised by how robust the autopoiesis of these organizations is. television, I think Raymond Williams, in his short book on television, said it well before anybody else. But the fact is, television as a medium, the way it works and its ability to absorb all sorts of other media within it, it's got a lot of flexibility. And I wouldn't, we've been talking about propaganda and stuff like that. I wouldn't only want that to be the message about the Japanese media. There are traditional Japanese comedy, traditional Japanese arts. For example, my favorite program on Japanese television right now involves a middle-aged woman who corrects people's haiku poems. And you would expect that would be really boring television, but actually it's awesome. And even with my Japanese, I'm able to see how this traditional art shapes language in such a way. And she's a great communicator at the same time. And for the TV producers, it's great. They just put her on camera and it's money. It's one of the most highly rated programs in the country. So, you know, Japan's doing something right. They've got haiku on TV.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much, Andy, for your presentation. And next up, we have Jakob Smith from Northwestern University in the US. And the title of the talk is Mackenzie Crook's Biosemiotic Television. Jakob, take it away.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much. It's a real pleasure and honor to be part of this conference. I'm new to biosemiotics. This is my first gathering, and it's very exciting for me to be here. Many authors who I've been reading and citing and have been inspired by are part of this event, so that's very exciting. I'm also, it's a nice programming link here with Andrew. If he's thinking about television in kind of anthropological, sociological, production culture terms, I'm doing, you know, I think what Timo Moran might call biosemiotic criticism, maybe following on the haiku example. I'm thinking about the aesthetics of audiovisual media, kind of a biosemiotic criticism or cultural ecology of Hubert Zapf, and increasingly kind of Batesonian poetics. So that's what's guiding me here. So semiotics, or more specifically, Saussurean semiology, was the dominant theoretical model of film studies in the 60s and 70s. So media studies is my field, and semiotics was once the dominant model. In this talk, I'd like to model how film and television studies might return 50 years later to semiotic analysis under the new banner of biosemiotics. So in what follows, biosemiotics provides a conceptual framework for the analysis of 2 TV series made by the writer, director, and actor Mackenzie Crook. Who is Mackenzie Crook? He began his career as a comedian, achieving international acclaim in the role of Gareth on The Office and Ragetti in the Pirates of the Caribbean film franchise. But he made his debut as writer-director with the BBC television series Detectorists. One of Crook's inspirations for the show was his desire to explore a long-standing interest in natural environments. And one of the most distinctive features of Detectorists is its depiction of the English countryside. A host of stylistic techniques work to foreground the landscape. Characters are framed in long shot to accentuate their surroundings. The actions of human figures are situated in depth, and with wildflowers or tall grass dominating the foreground visual plane. And the natural sounds of birds, insects, and wind play a prominent role on the soundtrack. The show's emphasis on landscape distinguishes it from conventional sitcoms set in the home or workplace. And that's a key part of the show's appeal. And that's indicated by a book of essays, for example, by cultural geographers entitled Landscapes of Detectorists. Crook's focus on a certain kind of landscape is a natural outgrowth of a story world centered upon metal detecting, which tends to occur at farmlands or edgelands on the outskirts of town. The setting of Detectorists is therefore a variation on the pastoral ideal of the middle landscape that lies between urban space and wilderness, and that interweaves human relations and natural ecosystems. In the longer version of this talk, I can say more about the setting here and compare them to the novels of Thomas Hardy, which is one of Crook's stated influences and the subject of the longer research that I'm undertaking, and also to M.M. Bakhtin's concept of chronotope, which has been of interest to biosemiotic literary scholars like Timo Moran. For now, I'd like to point out that every episode of Detectorists features edited sequences that show the myriad species that inhabit the middle landscape. Crook told an interviewer, "I love focusing on the little details of the landscape as well as the big picture. On the first day of shooting, I asked the crew to keep an eye out for moths, toads, other creatures. I set up a moth trap one night and we caught a lovely lime hawk moth, which we filmed. In addition to the moth, other shots present close-up views of wildflowers, spider webs, a dragonfly, deers grazing in a misty field, a cricket, mushrooms, a flock of birds, a frog, and a bee. In the language of biosemiotics, each of these shots is an invitation to enter, if only briefly, another Umwelt, Jakob van Uexküll's notion of the invisible bubble or species-specific objective world within which every animal dwells. Uexküll, as you know, gave the famous example of the oak tree that's populated by many animal subjects and is called upon to play a different role in each environment. The same tree looks one way to the rational eye of the forester, another to a child frightened by the trunk's resemblance to a face, another to a fox, ants, etc. Crook's creaturely montage sequences, like Uexküll's oak tree example, asserts how a landscape is experienced in distinct ways by diverse flora and fauna. So I'm interested in how that poetics of television cracks open a space for that kind of discourse and understanding. By asking audiences to think about Umwelt in the plural, we might say that Crook's montage sequences subtly recast setting as semiosphere, the network of interconnected Umwelten. The depiction of setting as semiosphere is developed in a story arc at the center of the show's third season. In one episode, the first episode, we see Andy unearth a whistle that was once used by falconers. Andy gives it a blow, and a montage sequence takes us backward in time, where we see a druidic figure leading a small funeral rite. As part of the ceremony, a clay pot full of gold coins is placed in the ground. A cutaway reveals that there's a magpie perched on a nearby tree watching this ceremony. Next, editing moves us forward in time, and we continue to see the magpies pecking industriously, looking for the gold. Throughout the season, we're reminded again and again of the presence of the watchful magpies in the field. And indeed, the season ends with the narrative enactment of Uexküll's oak tree example. The tree that served as a shady home base for Lance and Andy's detecting is at risk of being cut down because it registers only as a loss of revenue from the perspective of a solar power company, but it's saved by being established as a home for bats, which leads to the discovery of a magpie nest. So all these dynamics interweaving in the tree. The magpie storyline depicts the space of the show's action as a multi-species semiosphere and further asserts that some of the non-human species therein engage in complex semiotic behaviors quite similar to our own. Magpies, for example, are members of the corvid family, and we heard a great talk about that the other day, some of which have been shown to use tools, collect and cache shiny objects, pass on learned information to their offspring, and even mourn over the death of conspecifics. Maybe there was more than one reason why the magpies were attentive during that Roman burial ritual. Crook's creaturely montage sequences and the magpie story arc present the show's setting as semiosphere, a dynamic that can be understood in relation to Bakhtín's concept of heteroglossia. So here's where I'd kind of like to make this bridge between literary theory and biosemiotic criticism. Bakhtín was interested in the novel's ability to present a diversity of social speech types. The ideal here was literary heteroglossia, a multiplicity of social voices all together in the novel. Bringing these ideas into harmony with biosemiotics, we might note that Bakhtín's concepts are expansive in terms of social voices, but limited by their glottocentricity. Semiosphere, by contrast, is a concept that encompasses forms of semiosis beyond human language. So a biosemiotic analog of heteroglossia might be found in Jesper Hoffmeyer's discussion of interpretance, the measure of the capacity of a system to respond to signs. High interpretance describes a system in which many sorts of cues in the surroundings are noticeable and legible as signs. As Bakhtín made assessments based on the relative degree of heteroglossia in a text, perhaps a biosemiotic critique might attend to the relative degree of textual interpretance. So Detectorists has a high level of textual interpretance compared to what we might expect from a TV sitcom. And in that way distinguishes itself as an incipient biosemiotic television by integrating intraspecies semiosis that usually we see in the sitcom with this larger biosemiotic tapestry. So my analysis of Detectorists suggests one method of biosemiotic criticism, and we might look of other ways that we can find higher levels of interpretance, maybe in other genres like the wildlife documentary, et cetera. But we can find another model of biosemiotic television in the project that Crook did as a follow-up to Detectorists, Wurzel-Gummidge.
Excuse me. Yeah.
Okay. Wurzel-Gummidge, The Scarecrow of Scatterbrook, first appeared in a series of novels published between 1936 and 63. Todd's novel tells the story of two children who befriend a mischievous scarecrow. And there was a television series made of it in the 70s, starring John Pertwee as Gummidge. And then Crook was approached and saw this as a natural evolution from the Detectorists because it was all about the landscape and the myth and lore of the countryside. And so he has rebooted this and made several episodes in the past few years. Crook amplified the latent environmental undertones in the Gummidge narrative. We find again his distinctive approach to setting with framing in long shot and close-ups of wildflowers, insects, and birds, etc. But in Wurzel-Gummidge, he integrates those techniques within a story world that's suffused with biosemiotic themes. The narrative emphasis on biosemiotics begins with the central character. Wurzel-Gummidge is composed of an odd assortment of old clothes, sticks, and a turnip head. He's a scarecrow, and he's been constructed to mimic the appearance of a human being and scare away birds. As a result, he has a creator. In the original series, this creator was the Crow Man, who's a vaguely sinister, pagan-esque mystic. And in the reboot, he's become even more of a kind of a pagan mystic. The Green Man is the creator of this scarecrow figure. The presence of these author characters is a reminder that Gummidge is not only a thing, but a sign vehicle. That is, he's a scarecrow made to communicate to birds. In fact, Wurzel is able to speak directly to the robin that lives in his jacket pocket, as well as to the crows. Note that the scarecrow effigy is predominantly an iconic sign made to mimic the human form, though there's an indexical component as well, in the belief that they work best when they're dressed in clothes of someone who shot at them. Indexical reference relies upon associative learning, with birds learning to associate certain objects with the threat of violence, but that process can wear off through habituation. Semiotic habituation is the implicit subject of a long-standing trope concerning the scarecrow, which is alive and well in the Wurzel-Gummidge stories, which is the nest in the scarecrow trope, which you see here from an 1884 cartoon. So it's a long-standing kind of visual gag. The nest in the scarecrow trope dramatizes semiotic habituation by showing birds that no longer associate the scarecrow with danger. In fact, they don't perceive the scarecrow as a scarecrow at all, a failure of iconic recognition of figure from ground. The fact that Wurzel has a family of robins living in his jacket is a joke about his lack of efficacy, but also a reminder of his status as a constructed sign vehicle intended for interspecies communication. So the nest in the scarecrow trope stages an iconic failure to distinguish sign from contextual noise, and the opposite dynamic, whereby a dead object comes to life as a sign, underlines one of the most memorable sequences in the show, when we see a slow motion sequence of scarecrows coming to life. The effective register of this sequence moves into the uncanny and the grotesque as dead objects become animate and human bodies mingle with vegetable and mineral materials, kind of moving the show into the affective domain of the zombie horror movie. But like the nest and the scarecrow, this sequence reminds us that Wurzel-Gummidge is to a significant degree a story about semiosis, about the strange conjuring power of sign vehicles to come alive and mean more than themselves. Gummidge is meant to function as a sign for crows, but in Crook's remake, he has another function as well. The Green Man tells him that he's the eyes and ears of the field. I need you to watch out and spot the changes, he says. He's a kind of environmental censor. And at one point, the Green Man calls him the sentinel of the seasons. In fact, the interpretation of signs in the natural world is the central theme of the narrative. This begins with the opening credit sequence, where we see an animated flock of crows arrange themselves to form the words of the title. And as the eyes and ears, Wurzel is attentive to signals in the semiosphere. He tells the children that there's something up. The leaves aren't turning. The blackberries aren't ripening. Chicks are still in the nest. Geese aren't flying south. Seeking more information about these environmental signs, he consults someone who tells him the seasons are locked. And Wurzel and the children intuit that the key to unlock the seasons has something to do with the strange pattern on the scarecrow's handkerchief. Our three protagonists summon the local scarecrows to the field, and in a stunning sequence, they spontaneously begin a recitation about the seeds of the sycamore tree, which are known as sycamore keys, and have the same outline as the mysterious pattern. The scarecrows perform this impromptu dance, and a high-angle shot reveals that their movements have etched the pattern into the field itself. There are strong biosemiotic resonances with this sequence. I've described Wurzel as a living sign vehicle that operates through iconic and indexical reference, but the mysterious pattern is moving into the realm of the symbolic. It strikes me, in fact, that Crook's narrative is an allegory for the emergence of the symbolic reference and a mode of reasoning that for scholars in biosemiotics is crucial to understanding how language relates to the natural world, the Batesonian concept of abduction. So I will take out the paragraph here where we frame abduction, knowing that you all are more versed in that than I. Biosemiotic critics following Bateson have argued that abduction has one foot in antecedent modes of knowing and another in artistic expression, poetic, intuitive, and metaphorical thinking. For Wendy Wheeler, abduction is experienced as intuition or informed guesses, knowing but not quite knowing how you know, the strange, obscure, and dark semiotic process whereby signs are read and interpreted, often without having reached consciousness at all. Notice how the narrative of Crook's Wurzel Gummidge hinges upon themes of biosemiotic interpretation and abductive logic. The character's early encounters with the mysterious pattern enacts a sense of knowing but not quite knowing how you know. This means something, but they don't know what it means. The pattern on the handkerchief is clearly a symbol communicating something, but in a code the characters don't understand. As viewers, we move with the protagonist from this intuitive sense of semiosis to the strange nighttime ritual in the field in which rhyme, rhythm, song, and dance facilitate a sense of biosemiotic integration. We might note Terence Deacon's argument that the threshold to symbolic communication in humans likely emerged through ritualized gestures, activities, and objects, all of which together formed a heterogeneous melange of indices transformed to symbols. The scarecrow's ritual dance, it seems to me, enacts just such a melange and grounds an emergent symbolic reference in a series of nested sign processes. The abstract symbol shares an iconic resemblance to the sycamore seeds, which are indexically tied to seasonal phenology, the changing of the seasons. The scarecrow's night science works through abduction to align these modes of reference and integrate them in a form of semiosis that transcends the human. The sign inscribed in the landscape is legible only from a perspective high above the ground, where it might be read by some undefined more than human interpretant, perhaps the seasons or the agricultural ecosystem itself. The mysterious key is thus a useful illustration of what Bateson might call the pattern which connects, a phrase that refers to higher level insights into living systems that might be discovered through abductive processes. In one instance, Bateson described the pattern which connects as a dance of interacting parts and speculated about how the mind embodied in a field of wheat was characterized by a dynamic pattern that was a sort of dance. He compared this dance to a religious ritual in which formal complexity invited abductive mapping of other emergent patterns. The intricate key pattern inscribed in the scarecrow's nighttime dance not only links human and non-human ways of knowing, but invites abductive inferences about complex ecological and phenomenological patterns. So to wrap up, much has happened then when dawn comes to Scatterbrook Farm the following morning. We see the seasons unlock as the crops in the field advance to harvest readiness and apples ripen on the tree. The episode ends with the image of Gummidge back on his pole in 10-acre field, observing a flock of migrating geese traveling in the formation that resembles the letter V. Here is another sign that seasonal phenology is back in sync, but it also re-articulates this pattern of motifs developed through the show. The opening credits, where we saw a flock of gulls arrange themselves into words. The symbol written in the field, and then the geese flying in the shape of a V. All of these work together to suggest the embeddedness of human language within the semiotic scaffolding shared with other creatures, other ecosystems, other minds. The closing image of Wurzel watching the geese also calls to mind the poet John Clare, who liked to make the metaphoric connection between the flights of birds and alphabetic letters. It's fitting to end with this reference to Clare, who's become a favorite subject for eco-critical analysis. Kate Rigby writes that Clare exemplifies an art of creaturely eco-poetics based upon attentiveness to the particularities of other than human fellow creatures. I hope that I've shown that Mackenzie Crook's televisual art is based upon a similar attentiveness, and that he has taken great strides in the development of a creaturely eco-poetics in the medium of television. Biosemiotics provides a robust theoretical framework through which we might appreciate media texts like Crook's and be reminded that they, like all human semiosis, are part of a much broader living world perfused with signs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jakob, for that very interesting analysis. I see very complementary with the previous presentation too, looking at how different the medium of television or film can be used to sort of reveal or conceal. So questions for Jakob? Well, in the meantime, Andy and James. Okay, I'll let you guys go first, please.
Okay, that was really awesome, Jakob. I really enjoyed that. I've never seen those programs, but now I got to look them up and watch them. But after my irresponsible presentation and then your poetic and equally irresponsible presentation, we might as well, admit the fact that there's nothing more fun than running with biosemiotic metaphors and ideas. Do you ever feel that it's a dangerous thing and we should just enjoy it while we can? Or do you feel that maybe we're just like lucky to be here when we are and pretty soon everybody's going to be doing this? Well, because I really, really enjoyed your presentation. I guess that's what I want to say.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed yours a lot too. Yeah, it is something I worry. I mean, it's a little terrifying to be here presenting to this eminent audience because yes, these are kind of trial balloons for me to think through this system. And I think maybe one of the things that I've tried to do is to try to find bridges, like, I was mentioning with the concept of chronotope or heteroglossia and interpretance, to try to find, so it's not just me making these connections. I'm trying to find ways in which the theoretical systems, abductive connections and similarities and overlaps that can be built upon, so that it hopefully could be developed and expanded upon by other folks, so to make a kind of robust conversation. I tend to think that I'm very excited about it. I mean, I tend to think that there is quite a lot of space. And I mean, I don't know if Timo Moran is here, but his work on kind of outlining what a biosemiotic criticism might be, and Hubert Zapf and cultural ecology, and Bateson's emphasis on the poetic, I think, give us a lot to work with.
Great.
James, then I actually have Nora's hand up here, and then Don. If we
I'll make it quick. Kudos on a great presentation. It's dear to my heart because especially the tree imagery is one that it's one of the earliest memories I have of my mother implanting that in me when I was a child, pre-grade school. But a word a little phrase that came to my mind as you were speaking is presumptive semiosis, which is the arrogance of human overlays, not seeing from the perspective of when we look at a given situation, especially in biological, ecological systems, we see from our own perspective, but what is, and I know this will sound bizarre, but what is the perspective and the range of impression of the mind of an ant or an insect or any other life form? It doesn't see the range and scope of experiences or the entire environment the way humans would tend to. And so we get ourselves into a little bind there. But you made it very obvious that that's something that we should not do. and should be aware of. And so a great sense of multiplicity of images all put together at once. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And actually, you make a great point. One of the things that I kind of rushed through and chopped out is that I'm not saying that Mackenzie Crook has figured this all out, and that's the end of the story. But in fact, that in the realm of the television sitcom, it's a notable kind of cracking open. But to say that exactly as you're pointing out, I mean, the language and the system of, you know, interpretants would immediately, the next step would immediately be to, as critics, to look for deeper levels of interpretants. Wow, wouldn't it be great if those weren't just those little isolated montage sequences, if we really did go into the lived experience and umwelt of the ants and the fox and the crow and the magpie even more deeply. And so as critics, that maybe that helps us to look for other texts. And then, you know, one of the things that media literary theory can do is provide a map for creators, filmmakers. Somebody reading that might say, oh, that's what I'll do. You know, I'll make the film that does that and goes much more deeply and takes some of these incipient ideas and runs with them.
Perfect. Thank you.
I do want to point out that Jakob just recently published a paper on the biosemiotics and ecosemiotics of bird scaring, scarecrows, in the Journal of Biosemiotics. Nora, I believe you had a question.
Okay. There we go. I think I'm just one human now. First of all, I just wanted to say that I loved your presentation, and as a filmmaker, one of the things that I think is important to notice is that the language of film and filmic imagery is highly abductive to begin with. You're placing images next to each other, and not only that, but images, you know, it's kind of a failed filmmaking experiment when the images say exactly what the words do, right? So what you're always doing is creating a kind of poetry there as a gapping, so that there is that process of connection between the images and whatever's happening in the script. And so this is really important to come into the biosemiotics world with this, because so much of the sense making is nonverbal. And it's sense making that is taking place through all sorts of processes, obviously. But I guess I just wanted to say thank you for bringing this in, and that the more exploration we have with narrative on the one hand, you know, the stories that's happening at one level, but the imagery is actually making the gap that we can then make connections, and then the connection again into relationship to the natural world, relationships to other human beings, relationships, in fact, to language itself. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you very much. And actually, that's exactly where my head is at the moment. Kind of the project that I'm working on after this, yes, is and is really digging into Gregory Bateson's work on poetics and art. And exactly as you're saying, on the one hand, those concepts can be really useful to think about kind of narrative systems, but then, but also equally, it's about the presentation of skill and the unconscious knowledge that's embodied in skill. So that really interfaces with media studies, people trying to write about performance, acting. Like you said, not only the editing and the style and the scenery and the landscape, but performance, movement, acting, dance becomes super important, you know, in the kind of digital versus analog communication. So I think media studies could offer biosemiotics something in terms of providing a archive of analog communication to study.
So we have just a minute left or so. I see.
I'll keep my comment short because it's a comment to Jakob, Andy, and anyone who might watch this. You both expressed hesitation whether you belong here. If Paul Cobley was here, and I think Merdine can testify to this, before Kalevi and Jesper and some of the others tried to find out how we can get a biology that's informed by semiotics, biosemiotics was an attempt to get a semiotics that would be informed by biology, right? To do theory in a really kind of biologically grounded way. If you do it on the level that you guys are doing it, I think that's very much in the spirit of biosemiotics. So I want to congratulate you both and encourage everyone who can dig deep into the biosemiotic literature and do what you did. That aspect of informing semiotics with biology is just as important as informing biology with semiotics. So I thank you both for that.
Thank you. That means a lot.
And I know that there's a lot of comments also in the sidebar. So if you want to take a look at those. Gary, do you have, well, we're at...
Real quick,
sure.
You know, Gilles Deleuze has a whole philosophy of the effects of cinematography, which applies just as well to video. And I think this is a direct way of accessing the power of the left hemisphere, which makes it morally imperative that we are so careful about what goes out in the media because of its powerful influence over many people all at the same time. And I just I hope that we can take that to heart, because media can produce hate just as well as it can produce love. And I think John Lennon was right when he said that the Beatles have just about as much influence as Jesus Christ. You know, when he said that, and the media basically has that.
Well, let's leave it with that. Thank you, Jakob, for your presentation and all these excellent points. And so our final presentation for this panel is Sergio Rodríguez Gómez from Pontificia Universidad Javeriana in Colombia. And Sergio's presenting today on Jakob von Uexküll meets Humberto Maturana and Francisco Varela, a hypothetic biosemiotic exchange. Please take it away.
Thank you. Can you see my screen? Can you hear me?
Yes, both.
Okay. I'm glad that I was assigned to this session because I find many connections with the amazing previous presentations and what I'm going to say. So I hope I am up to the standards. Okay, so as the title indicates, this presentation has three protagonists. Estonian biologist Jakob von Uexküll and Chilean biologists Humberto Maturana and Francisco Varela. As we recognize in our field, von Uexküll is one of the main precursors of biosemiotics. His ideas have defined our research horizon, which is centered on all forms of subjectivity and semiosis, and not just anthroposemiosis and human experience. And on the other hand, Maturana and Varela's ideas have permeated biosemiotics, especially autopoiesis theory and some aspects of enactive and embodied approaches on cognition. However, I believe that Maturana and Varela's theories have much more to offer to our field. And thus, one of the purposes of my presentation is to sketch how their ideas interconnect and complement von Uexküll's research horizon in profound ways. So this presentation is then a hypothetical exchange between the views of these thinkers. Concretely, I would like to talk about such common grounds mainly in regard to three problems. First, organization by addressing autopoiesis as proposed by Maturana and Varela, and von Uexküll's functional circle. Second, experience, supported by Varela's enactive world, and the concept of Umwelt. And third, subjective adaptation or plasticity by addressing the concept of structural coupling as conceived by Maturana and Varela, and the Uexküllian ideas of counterpoint and self-tone. Additionally, and as a strategy for my presentation, I would like to set the exchange of ideas between these authors by drawing upon the images that are present in their publications. Indeed, von Uexküll, Maturana, and Varela used images extensively in their articles and books. And as I will argue, such images are not just simple illustrations or decorations of the text, but usually are arguments presented in graphical form. They are conjectural artworks. My background is in fine arts, so this presentation is also then a kind of artistic iconography of scientific theories. We can find many examples of the uses of images as arguments and prompts for conjecture in biology, like Robert Hooke's drawing of a flea, We can find many technical images that put in human scale something that is inscrutable by our perception. We can also find subjective images intended to show, or at least bring closer, the internal experiences of a subject, like the ones created by the biologist Jan Evangelista Purquiñe in his research about perceptual experiential effects in vision like phosphines and stroboscopic patterns. Other types of conjectural artworks are models, like Robert May's bifurcation plot of the logistic equation, which in its minimal set of rules shows the complex and sometimes chaotic dynamics of population growth and decay. And finally, we can think of conceptual schemas and visual metaphors, like the epigenetic landscape by Conrad Hall-Waddington, which shows the process of differentiation in an organism development by proposing the metaphorical image of mountains that serve as attractors for different distinctions in a body plan. Of course, and it is my intention to show it in this presentation, von Uexküll, Maturana, and Varela also used conjectural artworks in order to think more clearly and to communicate and better explain their ideas. Think, for example, in the metaphorical superposition of the search image and the perception image in von Uexküll's foray into the worlds of animal and man, or the mountain that represents natural drift, or the head as a machine that serves as a critique of homuncular visions of the mind in Maturana and Varela's The Tree of Knowledge. So let's start with the problem of organization. In 1974, Varela, Maturana, and Uribe wrote Autopoiesis, the Organization of the Living Systems, its Characterization, and a Model. In this paper, the authors sketched the first ideas about the theory of autopoiesis, which established a way to define criteria for life, namely the homeostatic maintenance of organization. This proposal argued that an organism is alive as long as it self-produces and self-sustains. The organism creates itself as a reference point for itself, and, quote, participates recursively in the same network of productions of components which produced these components. That is, it defines its own autonomy. This doesn't mean that understanding an organism as self-sufficient or independent of any exterior exchange, as some critics thought at the time. On the contrary, it means that the organism self-differentiates or creates a contained mode of existence in which it separates from everything else. But for conserving such difference, it must renovate its components by consuming elements from the environment in a way that allows it to maintain its structure stable in spite of perturbations. The article of 1974 shows the first use of cellular automata by Maturana and Varela, which in this case they refer to as tessellation automata or protobia. I will talk about cellular automata in more detail in a moment, but by now I will say that to illustrate the concept of autopoiesis and structural coupling, they propose a model that consists of a two-dimensional array in which 5 types of elements can be arranged: substrates, catalysts, links, bonded links, and empty spaces. Each type of element has its own behavior or set of rules, and after applying them iteratively over the array, the whole system can exhibit the emergence of a membrane of bonded links around the catalyst. I'm going to show you a recreation that I made of the 1974 model, so we can see the effect more clearly. Over recurrent iterations, the membrane decays, but also recovers, similar to the membrane of an actual cell. Additionally, the membrane is permeable to the substrate, but impedes the catalyst from escaping. The central point of the model is to show that even though there is no defined central rule or a general command over the system, the set of simple rules in each element makes the complex dynamics of membrane sustaining appear. The notion of self-differentiation developed here is key to establish a connection with the theory of the functional circle proposed by Jakob von Uexküll. First, self-differentiation implies that once an inside is defined, also a spatiotemporal situation is defined. In other words, once the agent is different from everything else, it starts to have a position with respect to that everything else and starts to have a temporality that punctuates its actions. Second, self-differentiation requires some kind of effort by the agent. It requires of it to act in the environment and to exchange with it in order to maintain congruence. This constant effort is what enactivists Ezequiel Di Paolo and Evan Thompson call precariousness. An organism is in constant precariousness because it always needs something. Von Uexküll's functional circle can be seen just as a representation of the endless activity of self-differentiation and precariousness. The cycle is a constant function of responses elicited by sign vehicles, overall Umwelt creation by unification of perception, Innenwelt organization, motor effects, and effector marks in the environment, and a new cycle once again. In this sense, autopoiesis and the functional circle are complementary views of the same process. Both establish the basic scaffolding for the process of meaning and life coextension in the existence of an organism, a process of negotiation with the self and with the world. But one emphasizes self-differentiation and precariousness, while the other emphasizes the cyclical process of perceiving and acting. Additionally, in these conjectural artworks, we start to see the metaphorical power of representations of life and meaning as circles. A membrane is essentially a circle, and the act of sustaining that membrane, and in consequence, identity is a semiotic functional circle as well. However, something is missing, or shall we say absent. So let's talk about experience. In its most simple, cellular automata, as the one we saw in the paper of 1974, is an abstract mathematical system that is primarily constituted by three parts: an array of cells, a neighborhood, and a set of rules. Each one of the cells in the array is at any discrete moment in a particular state from a predefined set of possible states. This is a one-dimensional array in which can contain ones or zeros, for example. Then simultaneously, for each cell in the array, a neighborhood of the cell is sampled, as we see with this red square, and a rule is applied over the examined cell. So we see 0, 1, 0, and we take the rule and we get a result, a 0 in the new cell. This process renders a new arrangement in the pattern of the array to which the rule process can be applied once again, and the procedure can be repeated indefinitely. Here we can see the many iterations of the rule applying. Cellular automata are known to exhibit various interesting emergent properties depending on the seed, the neighborhood, and the rules defined. For this reason, cellular automata and similar variants have been used for various decades to exemplify behaviors in real-world systems, such as urban segregation or epigenesis in organisms. Remarkably, cellular automata have also been a source of artistic inspiration and have been used to produce lifelike artworks, complex patterns, and algorithmically generated images. As Andrew Wensch argues, although I quote, "Although the study of cellular automata is an exercise in experimental dynamics by computer algorithms on top of which mathematical theories and conjectures are superimposed, the graphical presentations themselves confer intuitive, subjective impressions that are inescapably art. I believe that," end quote, "I believe that is the reason why Maturana and Varela found cellular automata so rich and interesting models for their theories. They are mathematical, but they also allow for artistic and imaginative interpretations as well." I would like to quote Timo Maran's recent book on ecosemiotics, quote, "Differently from technical modeling in mathematics and other sciences, artistic modeling is not fixed and determinate, but creative and includes a degree of freedom and playfulness." In The Embodied Mind, published in 1992 by Varela, Thompson, and Roche, a seminal book in enactive theories of cognition, the concept of emergence is explained and visually displayed from a hypothetical minimal organism called Vittorio. Vittorio is a very simple one-dimensional binary cellular automata, and it is a much simpler model than the tessellation automata of 1974, but one with a richer behavior. Playfully, Vittorio is portrayed by Varela and colleagues as a ring-shaped organism that lives in a soup of ones and zeros, as we can see represented in this slide. And this suggests thinking of the abstract cellular automata in terms of a living organism that interacts with its environment, a round cell-like pseudo-agent that exists in a binary world. In other words, it adds some metaphoric interpretative meaning to the mathematical model. Both the environment and the organism are made of the same substrate, ones and zeros, but the emergent relationships of self-creation and self-sustaining is what differentiates background from foreground, living from non-living. In a very minimal way, Vittorio is an abstracted out simulation of an organism that folds into itself, and with an adequate set of rules, it's able to produce pattern distinctions of the environment. If we imagine Vittorio as being alive, depending on the soup of ones and zeros being favorable, Vittorio could keep being itself, but there is always the risk of dissolving with the environment. Thus, for Vittorio to be a cognitive agent, it must differentiate and thus give meaning to what helps it to, or what is pernicious to its self-organization. In order to do that, it must categorize the signs it perceives from the world. In this example, we can see, a cellular automata that can classify different types of patterns. It can classify, these are attractors, these are representations of certain patterns that are attracted to another cycle of patterns. So this attractor can recognize intercalated ones and zeros. This attractor can understand the notion of, this can understand the notion of extremes when there are zeros on both extremes or ones on both extremes. We can, when the automata perceives a configuration, it tends towards a particular attractor states. In other words, the cellular automata contains in its simple rules a way to make differences of the environment. As an activist will say, for our imaginary agent, a particular world emerges, because the set of meaningful distinctions is only so for the agent in its individual organization. The notion of extremes can mean different things from intercalation for its bodily tautologies. The emergence of meaningful distinctions is what Varela and colleagues, proponents of the inactive approach on cognition, call the inactive world. The inactive world is closely related to the concept of Umwelt proposed by Jakob von Uexküll. The book A Foray into the Worlds of Animals and Men, a picture book of invisible worlds, is an essay in the textual but also in the visual sense, as the book is in part composed by beautiful illustrations created by von Uexküll's assistant at the time, Georg Crisat. By reading von Uexküll's book, one can participate in speculating how other animals perceive their world. The process of playfully creating an experiential model of another subjectivity is what von Uexküll called participation, or I quote, the reconstruction of the Umwelt of another organism, or after having ascertained the signs which the organism can receive as well as the code it uses to interpret them, the sharing of the decoding processes which occur during its behavioral activity. For example, as neuroscientist Alexander Borst affirms, quote, if one wants to know what the world looks like for a fruit fly, imagine an extremely short-sighted person with a myopia of 14 diopters taking off his or her glasses. Then the notion of Umwelt is directly equivalent to the notion of inactive world in its most basic sense, because an Umwelt gains value insofar it establishes a system of differences that will be relevant for the organism's stability, that is, the functional tones. The problem Umwelt research addresses is what is the quality of the experience of the organism, how such experience makes affordances evident, and how can we represent it and understand it. And activism is concerned with how experiences emerges from the self-regulating organization of the organism and how it changes with subsequent adaptations that sustain life. Both theories have in common the notion of subjective value, namely what is significative to the organism. Meaningfulness originates from life action and is an embodied adaptive journey. Vittorio is a conjectural artwork about how an inactive world or Umwelt may appear in an overly simplified organism, while von Uexküll illustrations try to show how that world may look to an organism by thinking about how its bodily configuration operates and how its living process creates a set of meaningful distinctions of the everything else. Now let's talk about subjective adaptation or plasticity. Making a world emerge is not a passive phenomenon, it is an active process of sense-making. For Maturana and Varela, the co-emerging adaptive transformation of environment and organism, or between two organisms, is called structural coupling. Let me quote from the book Autopoiesis and Cognition, the Realization of the Living. Quote, coupling arises as a result of the mutual modifications that interacting unities undergo in the course of their interaction without loss of identity. In other words, structural coupling is the process by which organism and environment not only recognize distinctions in the everything else, but also enact and cause it to be different. This concept is as well expressed in a conjectural artwork. In multiple essays and books by Maturana and Varela, we find versions of this image, which taken alone might be reminiscent of this of some sort of mystical knowledge, like say the circular representations of the world of Rotai, or Rotai by the medieval monk Isidore of Seville. But the image is in reality a summary of autopoiesis, the cycle of self-production, and structural coupling, the recurrent transformation of world and organism. This, of course, is related to von Uexküll's idea of counterpoint, the musical metaphor he used to indicate that organisms and environments have a self-tone that can harmonically or dissonantly combine with other tones, but also the tendency of nature of creating harmony. For von Uexküll, the spider web has the shape of the fly, and the fly has the shape of the spider web. He refers to the music-like composition of a body plan as a counterstructure of another possible one. In a theory of meaning, he says, the web cannot be a representation of a physical fly, but rather it represents the primal image of a fly, which is physically not at all present. Walter Jackson Freeman shows in his research about mesoscopic neural activity in rabbits and humans that neural populations in the olfactive system present amplitude modulation patterns that follow complex dynamics. As Freeman conceives it, the brain of the rabbit creates an ever-changing landscape of attractor basins, which allows for odorant categorization. Once a stimulus is received, brain activity is attracted to a certain pattern that represents a category, even if the current form of the stimulus has never been received before. This is then a process of generalization that implies, as Freeman argues, making oneself similar to the world. We can also use cellular automata to see an extremely simplified version of this brain organization. As I showed you, this automata can recognize extremes and intercalated patterns, for example. And all these patterns are attracted to the same pattern of activity. But if I change, for example, the wiring of the cellular automata, the whole landscape of categorization changes. For example, here we have many more attractors that can represent different categories. And these attractors are related to possible experiences or possible stimulus that these imaginary agents can perceive. And the process of counterpoint or structural coupling would consist of changing this landscape of attractors to make oneself self-similar to the world.
Do you want to wrap up?
Yeah, I have the last slide. To conclude, we saw models like tessellation automata, Vittorio, experiential images like Umwelt mappings, metaphors like the functional circle and composition counterpoint, and technical images like cellular automata. Under these aesthetic ways of thinking, we saw membrane circles, functional circles of semiosis, shapes that cyclically harmonize or fit with each other, and imaginative participation of seeing through the eyes of others inside a soap bubble that overlaps in the semisphere. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Sergio. I think that bringing back Maturana, Varela, also links in with the first presentation. So that's great. I see some hands already. Josh, you're first, please.
That was great. Thank you so much. I was really taken by I was wondering if you could go back to, or you don't have to go back to the slide, but since I think we still could have it in our mind, of the spider web and von Uexküll, and you spoke of, I think, harmonization, and could you just speak a little bit more about that point? That's fascinating. I hadn't heard that before.
Yeah, in a presentation, I think it was like 2 days ago. I don't remember the exact terms they used. They said that von Uexküll has differentiates between adaptation and I forgot the other term, but this adaptation, it's an evolutive change, I think, and the other type of change is the process of learning. I think that the spider web is a process of adaptation of the in evolutive change by making itself similar to the fly, but the other process possible is making oneself self-similar to the work by learning and by changing our mind or our bodies. So I thought that the image of the spider web in a way related to the attractor circles that I was showing also, because I found like formal similarities to all these representations. So I wanted to connect those things. Of course, I know that it's a little controversial, this idea. I think Kalevi Kull was talking about when he was talking about mimicry, that we cannot think this adaptation and harmonization as intentional or as knowing the future state of the fly, whilst learning can mean intentional transformation. But I found a lot of similarities between these representations. I don't know if that responds to your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so next I see that Boris has his hand up.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for the talk. I'm very happy you talked about cellular automata, and I was sort of hoping that would happen a bit earlier during this conference. I absolutely love them. Can you, yeah? I believe they're a great tool to study science because of how they allow us to get us complexities. So many complexities, from very simple deterministic rules, which are very easy to change and track also visually. So what I got your automata are Wolfram's automata, right? So one dimension, deterministic, no probability going on there. And that's fine, I guess, although from the talk we had a few days ago, it has some limitations, but it's, so one thing I wanted to say is I'm very happy about it, and the question is pretty practical. So can you tell me what is that tool, or what exactly is the data that you used for that category mapping, depending on the automaton?
Well, both the 1974 recreation of the model and the tool that you saw, I programmed them myself. I can show you the tool if you want to use it sometime, but this tool uses an algorithm proposed by Andrew Wensch to compute pre-images of the patterns in cellular automata. He has his own tool. It's called DD Lab, like the letter D Lab, and you can use that tool to compute more complex cellular automata. But I tried to replicate the algorithm myself, and I did this tool that I was showing you in the presentation. I intend to write something about Walter Freeman's notion of mental landscapes and a use of cellular automata using this tool. I already wrote part one of a paper about the part one of that process, and I want to make another paper about that. So I can send you the first part if you want. Yeah, and I can send you the tool if you want to play with it also.
So we're.
I have a quick follow-up.
Okay.
So the original model, not you. Sorry, the original the image, the GIF of the model you saw, the 74 model, as that was two-dimensional, right? And you sort of turn it into a one-dimensional Wolfram silver automata. So that's a modification, or was it just an image you came up to make it more plausible, more pleasant to look at it?
The computational costs of computing pre-images of two-dimensional cellular automata is really big. When you increase the size of the array of cells and the neighborhood, it increases exponentially. So I think the Wolfram's model is a more manageable system to work with. And I think that it's more elegant than the 1974 model. The rules are much more simple, but the patterns that you can find are more interesting. So I think that's the reason for the jump. And also Vittorio, it's a Wolfram cellular automata, in a circular shape, but it's based on that model.
Well, thank you, Sergio. Unfortunately, we don't have time in this part of it to address Lexi and Tori's questions, but we do have breakout rooms right now. We have 15 minutes or maybe 13 minutes, as the case may be, until our next and final session. So please continue the discussion in the breakout rooms. Thank you all for this panel.
Did I come up? Was I speaking or no? If anyone needs help getting a breakout room, it's
you can
13 minutes on the clock, Ludmila. If anyone needs, sorry, Yogi, I was thanking you and I was thanking our presenters. 13 minutes, and then anyone needs help getting in? Speak up. Jacob?
Yes, could you send me to a breakout room?
Yes, you can choose yourself, but I will put you in also. Okay. All right. Ludmila, will you be here for a few minutes? I need to just step away for a minute. If anyone needs to go in, you can assign them, right? I guess no one needs to go in. Okay. John Schumann, are you here? John, will you turn the camera on? Okay. Well, and unmute yourself.
Okay.
Good. I just want to check your camera, John. Last year you were like just a little bit of a head. It looks perfect. Looks great. Sounds good. Okay.
Me? Well, am I in the room? No, not.
No, no. You want to be in the? Do you want to be in the room? I was just checking your camera for your presentation. It looks very good this year.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'd go into the room. It'll be easy to get out. Right?
Easy to get out. Easy to break out. Let me put you in there. I'll find you. There you go.
All right.
Okay. Frederick, good to see you. Thank you for sticking with us. I know it can be hard and not the best way to spend a vacation. You're looking good. You're muted.
Not too bad.
You're feeling good? Are you feeling good? Yeah? You're looking good. Are you at the summer house now?
Yeah, indeed I am.
Nice. Good, good, good. All right, I'm going to step away for a minute. I'll be back in a little bit. Bye, everyone.
Hello, Jeffrey. This is Oscar.
Hi.
Hi, nice to meet you. Just as a reminder, I will first introduce you and do this reminder that people shouldn't or should abstain from commenting in the chat. So
yeah, it's always a danger with Zoom.
Yeah. And apparently, yes, the breaking room will close.
Yeah, I sent them the message, the auto message. Thanks, Oscar.
Yeah. Do you know, with I'd like to do, rather than a PowerPoint, do it on a PDF so that I can also see people while I'm doing this. Will that does that work reasonably well here?
I would think if you share screen, it'll work pretty much the same way the PowerPoint works. It'll take up the same amount of the screen, so I'm not sure if it'll buy you anything, but you could try.
Well, my PowerPoint just takes up everything.
Okay.
I have two screens and it's just everything.
Yeah,
so.
Sure. You can use PDF, no problem.
Okay. I can go either way, but.
Up to you.
It looks like the people are already coming back from the record room.
Yep.
We have so far 46 participants and counting joining this final session. So let's give it some more seconds.
The record room is empty now.
We were all joking that there was a countdown saying when we were all going to get booted, and we were talking about media and bots controlling us. And we were all going to get booted.
That wasn't a bot, that was me.
I know, that's what I said. I said, that's not a bot, that's Don. Don's booting us.
Maybe I'm a bot.
Just as a final reminder, please, for everyone that is out there listening, abstain from chatting while the speakers are performing in the presentation and save your questions for the very end. So without further ado, welcome to this final session that promises to be a very pragmatic, communicative, language-oriented type of session or panel, sorry. So we will start with Jeffrey. So Jeffrey, please start sharing your screen and the room is all yours.
Okay, I'll stay here for a second, then I'll share. Just a little background. This is my first time at this conference, and it sounds like quite a few other people have the same kind of situation. But I come out of a cubbied hold of science education, but I never fit well within that. I'm much more trans-contextual, and I thought it would be interesting to take a look at some specific examples through the lens of a kind of a Batesonian complexity view of, in this particular case, I'll be talking a lot about dogs, one dog in particular, who my son got. It was a Doberman Pinscher, my least favorite dog ever, but not anymore. But I determined early on in her life that I was going to get into her head, that I wanted to understand something about the cognition of dogs and how that fit with some of the work I had been doing for quite a long time. So hopefully this will be a little fun. I'm not going to read my paper. There is one which you're welcome to have. And let me share a screen and see if I can get this to work. I don't like PowerPoints too much. So I'm trying to see if I can. Of course, it's not wanting to share. There we go. I'd like to be able to see. I'm not going to, okay. I can see all you people up here. All right. Can you see I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing the
we can see your screen, your desktop.
You can't.
Oh, we can see your desktop.
We can see your computer's desktop.
Jeffrey, you might want to open the PowerPoint. Open the PowerPoint
there, okay, wait
first.
a second. I've got it, I think.
I mean the PDF first.
Okay. It was open. And it did pop up initially, but then it just disappeared on me. Not that it matters that much. I'm not.
Don't worry, we can take a minute. We can take a minute to figure it out because currently we're looking at some sort of like toolbar from an app. So maybe you have to share screen in a different way, like share full screen or share an app. Which one did you choose?
I chose the one that indicated the screen I had up with PDF slides.
Okay, can you try resetting the whole thing, like you stop sharing screen, then sharing again?
Yeah, stop.
Take a minute, no hurry.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, I could talk a little bit about this. So as I try and figure this out, that's what was sharing, and I've just lost.
Yeah, we're currently looking at your desktop again, so you're still sharing.
I'm still sharing, and okay, wait a minute. I can't get out of this. It's really.
Don't stress too much. It's confusing for me as well sometimes.
I'll tell you what we're going to do. Just can we go back? Well, I can't even do that now. We gotta solve it. This is stop share. Okay.
There you go.
We'll try again.
Yes.
There's desktop 1, desktop 2.
Don't worry. In the end, we can take this out of the discussion part, if you will.
Yeah. It's just everything is disappearing as I try and do this. So I don't know what's going. Okay, wait a minute. Let me try one more time.
Do you have 2 monitors open or 1?
I have 2.
Try using 1. I find that easier for me. Shut one monitor and just work off of 1. Sometimes that Zoom is easier with that.
Let me see. That's not working either, is it?
Yes. Now we can see.
That's good.
Now we can see the dynamics of meaning expression and communication.
Okay. So
if you could just amplify a little bit that window so it matches your whole screen.
Okay.
So it's bigger for us. Great. There you go.
Okay.
Now you're on.
Okay. I knew there's Murphy loves me. If you're familiar with Murphy's Law, it sort of tags along with me. So anyway, this is kind of where I'm headed here. Now I can't say. I can't change the slides on this thing.
Maybe you need to click on a different option like view mode or full screen mode.
That's going way, that's like at the end.
What there you go. You can
see
it change.
It's not letting me go through the slides.
You try the arrow keys?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm using. And it's just not doing it. These are sort of, okay, wait a second. There, okay, now they're working. Okay, so finally, where I'm coming from, give you a little context, is looking through, like I said before, Batesonian lenses with a particular emphasis on relationships. And this isn't just relationships between 2 individuals, but relationships to everything in the world. As Gregory said, you know, it's like we live in a world of relationships. So that was kind of my idea going into this thing with my dog, plus other animals I've had experience with. The idea of context and communication. That's kind of the big 3 that fit together. And then epistemology, which has been, from a Batesonian view, is personal or social, not the philosophical sense. So how kind of individuals or social groups make sense of things and how that knowledge is put together, the dynamics of that knowledge. And then also Nora Bateson's wonderful term, which I think you've heard about, somaticity, has been very influential. And I see it as kind of that idea of somaticity, of mutual contextual learning. It's coming together, learning, and that is kind of base level, like the immediate connection, contact points with our world. It's learning at that level, and that kind of feeds into the epistemology of how we, then remember or not things of varying degrees of importance. So the premise going into this was that complex living systems and similarities of function across kingdoms and species. And that is basically the idea that we're all biological phenomena, obviously, and made of the same components. And even some of the chemicals that we associate with, like, say, emotions, the neurotransmitters, are present in just about every form of life, except viruses, which who knows what they are? I don't know, but we're getting to know them a little bit now. And I also wanted to try and avoid some of the obstacles that are presented by the tenacity of positivism, reductionism, mechanism. And having been involved with complexity in the social sciences for quite some time, I was always surprised at how much people tried to mechanize complexity. And it was just, but we all do it. It's just, we're so ingrained with these kinds of ways of thinking that it becomes problematic. So I was trying to really reduce my use of these kinds of assumptions and looking at what was happening with this dog. So there was another thing I don't know where that came from. Attributes of living systems that seem to be, in terms of learning and epistemology, it starts with perception, then emotions, whatever form they take in different creatures, accompany that first perception. There's some sort of a reaction. And it's probably an adaptive reaction to, survival, for survival, that you need some sort of stimulus to not do something again, or to avoid danger, or whatever, to reproduce. So the perception, emotion, and then some sort of abstraction comes very quickly. How we represent that. That's Korzybski's, the map is not the territory issue at this point. So we make a representation of some sort of what is perceived. And then there's some sort of responsiveness to that. So then we'll move on to context and relationships. And the rest of this, I'd like to sort of tell stories, however much time we have left.
Time. Don't worry about time. We can take 5 minutes out of your discussion so you can compensate.
Yeah. So it's all stories, so we can stop and, it doesn't matter.
Okay, I've got a paper if you want to read more. I will tell you when you have 5 minutes left, so we can have discussion or you can finish.
Yeah, whatever. But this idea of relationship and the context is really important. And I think one of the things that the hanging on of ideas from the behaviorist, which is kind of mechanistic and behaviorist and positivistic, and the old days of animal behavior studies, play was preparation, practice for fighting. It's like, what's the advantage of that? I'm not quite so sure. But it makes more sense if we start looking at it through the kind of a lens of relationship and context. And what was remarkable as I started to watch my dog here, which you can see in all three pictures, she was very interested in relationships. I mean, it was like the total focus of her. So relationships to the forest that we used to go for walks in, or the dog parks, but also in play. And the play, which, looks aggressive, was also, very, very gentle. And if it got out of hand, she would squeal and avoid contact, or let the dog know that something was happening that wasn't right. But the nature, usually her play would start off very gentle, very low key, and increase in intensity as she got to know the dog. So this might take 4 weeks. And, you know, after that time, it could be really rough as trust and the relationship build up between the two dogs. So there's some sort of notion of what the context is, noticing these biosemiotic cues, the signs. What are these signs, which are very subtle at times, and people in general have difficulty reading it. But you know, there's a lot you can tell by looking at the eye, you know, nature of the eyes. Teeth don't matter. That's just sort of the fun part. Position of the ears, and body posture. So in this bottom diagram here of this dog, and this little dog who was about 15 pounds and she was 90 pounds, she would lie on the ground, get down as small as she could. It was, you know, kind of showing that, you know, she was no threat and that she was interested in letting the other dog jump on her or do whatever. The middle picture here is her just in terms of the context of a forest, which we spent a lot of time in. Again, was, you know, smell, very important, but equally important to her was her hearing and her vision. She was very much into language. Some dogs could care less unless it's something like a word like food or walk or something. But she wanted to understand everything. Her, you know, I wish there was a way to, you know, access the actual epistemology, whatever that would look like in these, in dogs. But this brings up, you know, kind of that epistemological sense of what's going on and what are the signs of that epistemology. In this photo here, this was a typical look, and this was like the connection. She was looking at me for some cue, like, is she going to get a treat? Are we going to play? Are we going to go outside? This was sort of that look that was pretty consistent. This was her serious gaming look. She just found this articulated deer leg in the forest, and she would make up games. And those games were always building up tension to a certain point. Like, she would come close to me knowing I wanted to take that deer leg away from her and put it up on a tree somewhere, but then get just close enough where I couldn't reach it and she'd run off. And this would go on for hours. I was, you know, with friends in the forest with their dogs, and the sun went down, and I was like, do you want me to bring you a flashlight? You know, it was just stuck until she decided it was time to go. What is the epistemology? What is the epistemology of game playing and making up games? In this picture, this is her classic rabbit look. There were rabbits to the left here, and this was the intensity that she had towards it. She would love to chase them and catch them and eat them. And here, not particularly pleased having her nails ground. And this is sort of the saggy ears, and kind of not a happy camper, not aggressive, but kind of resigned to the fact that she was being abused, psychologically at least. And here, you know, I had these fish, and this trigger fish on the left side was generally not very friendly. Avoided, if we were cleaning the tank, would go to the other side of the tank and hide. Whereas we had another bigger one who would come up and rub up against your hand if you put your hand in. And it was very social in that way. Until this one decided that it wanted to explore outside the tank, and we found them on the floor in the morning, all red and dried out. And my graduate assistant looked down and said, he's still breathing. And we We picked him up, pushed him through the water, put some antibiotics in, and he was a different fish afterwards. What was the change in epistemology? Then he'd come up to us and act like the other one. All of a sudden it became, a very different kind of relationship that was occurring. What was the change in that epistemology, aside from, facing death? This spiny puffer we called little shit, because he had a way of very little patience. And same species, other species weren't, other members of the species we had to, and didn't do this, but this is very individual, that if we didn't put food in fast enough after we lifted the opening, he would spit at us and drench us. That's a lot of water coming out of a puffer. They could really put out the water, and we'd be soaked with salt water. And then these fish who were in a balanced aquarium, pond water aquarium, a goldfish and a looks like a neon tetra or something in the back. We didn't feed them because there was plenty of food in the tank. But every time we walked by, they would start coming along the glass and following us back and forth. And eventually, one of my students or I decided to throw some food in. They trained us, then they got fed periodically, just sort of that communication of whatever it was that they wanted. This is very individualized. Now everything's working. And then, we go back to some of these same pictures again. That the communication, dog play is reading signs, developing trust, others emotional states. And that was interesting. My dog in particular was very sensitive to the relationships. And she would, she hurt me several times, not intentionally, seeing a rabbit running after her and on leash and then tearing my rotator cuff and things of that sort. And I'd yelp out, that I was hurt, and she would change and be looking at me intensely and then grab the leash and try and play. Like it was always, that was her trick. If you weren't happy, you needed to be happy. And grab a leash, play, and see if she could repair whatever was going on. And this happened in cases of dogs getting into fights. She would go in and try and stop it. If people were fighting, she would get in between them, just yelling at each other or something. She was kind of always attuned to that. But she was also attuned to the signs of danger. And this will be my last story, I think, that there were two situations. One, we were in the forest, we were going up a trail, and I saw an opening on the other side of some trees, and we had to crawl under the tree to get there. So we're halfway under this big pine tree, and she freaks out, just stops dead, and refused to move any further. And I said, well, maybe we better not go any further, and turned around. As soon as we got out of the tree and started walking away, she was back to her normal, happy self. I suspect there was a mountain lion somewhere on the other side of that tree, and she sensed its presence, heard it, smelled it, whatever. Another case, we went into a new vet after we had moved, and the vet walks into the exam room and she starts snarling. She had never snarled before. Doberman snarling is not, a fun thing to see in particular, but snarled the whole time this vet was in there. And the minute the vet left, she stopped snarling. The techs were around, she was fine. But it took me, as slow as I am, probably about 15 minutes to realize this woman had some pathological problems. She got nastier and nastier, and then the bill for an ear infection was $650. I suspect,
Sorry for
yeah,
the
we're running
interruption.
out of time here, right?
No,
Okay,
just to ask you, you still have like a couple of minutes to speak, and then we can have 5-minute discussion. Or do you need more than 2 minutes to finish?
No, that's good. I'm basically done. That's what I wanted to do.
Okay.
Just kind of give you it's the end of my piece. Next slide, Z. I tried to get everybody's language in here, but I didn't get everybody's, obviously. I've got this PDF or PowerPoint and a paper. If you'd like a copy, just let me know. My email is jeff@batesoninstitute.org or jeff@jeffbloom.net. They're both pretty easy to remember.
Thank you, Jeff. So we have 5 minutes for questions and comments. Is anyone already raising their hands? I don't see anyone. Oh, Amelia, you're on. After you, I think I'm gonna make a question myself.
Okay.
Hey, I've been trained by goldfish. They're masters. They're masters of the tank wiggle thing and following up and down the tank. And it's so nice to come across somebody else who recognizes that. But yeah, that was fantastic. Thank you, because this is something that I've been looking at. After I started in zoology and I went into companion animal behavior. It was called clinical animal behavior, but it was kind of a mix of dog training and welfare, really. And there was such a heavy emphasis on the training. And this is what I was saying about the other day with the clicker training coming in, how it has its uses, but like people are becoming so over-reliant on training them and not building that kind of relationship, particularly with dogs, but it's spilling through with cats as well and horses, and it's becoming a real issue that people are missing, like you were highlighting, the fact that they do form relationships, they do have a perception, even if it's not based on language, if it's sort of semiotic based, but I do think they can recognize human language as a form of semiosis as well. Like even if they don't have the same understanding of the language that we do, if you can just use repetition and things like that, I'm just having watched my dogs and the other animals I've worked with, that they start to recognize some sort of pattern, whether it's the acoustic patterns or the sequence of words. Yeah,
and I think it's just like human beings. There's a lot of variation among individuals. And I've known dogs who really didn't care about language. Mugetz, which was her name, the Doberman, was a Japanese name for a German dog. But she was really interested in sentences. I mean, I would talk to her like I'm talking right now, and she would be very intent on that. And she picked up a lot of things just from that conversation. It was like we're walking through her words. I said, turn right. And took her about, one time to figure out what right was. And we'd be walking through a store. I'd say, okay, turn left. And she'd turn left down the aisle. Or more complex things, that she would pick up on in terms of the context that was presented in a sense. But, the interesting thing is that dogs and people share a lot of context, whereas other animals, not so much. But just the fact that we are making that contact, there is some semanticy, two different contexts, a goldfish and a human. We're making some contact and there's some learning, mutual learning happening between that. And it's fascinating to see how the meaning, sense making is occurring across that, and how communication is attempted. And there's a lot of stuff about dogs that I can't figure out. Certain kinds of barks I had down. Other times I couldn't discriminate the difference. People would be freaked out. She's barking. Her trainer had her puppy in a shopping cart, which freaked out Mugatz. She couldn't figure out why a dog would be in a shopping cart, ever. She couldn't figure that out. And she's barking at this dog. And I said, just put your puppy down on the ground. She's like, I don't know. Go ahead, do it. Put it down. It was like, everything's good. Sniffing, ready to play. There was something in that context that wasn't right to her, and she had to, you know, express that. But telling the difference between that bark and another bark, just tough sometimes. Yeah.
It's nice how you say about they can pick up, you go turn left and turn right, and sort of the way I was taught with them, you'd have to do it by chucking food. So you could maybe create that association via training, but it would be like a conditioned response, and you'd have to do it with food, and you could maybe do it. But yeah, I found just by talking, you can just say and maybe just point, indicate, and do it a couple of times, and I'll do it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was fab. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. So maybe we should wrap it up, and I will set my question for the breakout room afterwards.
Okay, I've got excuse me, but I've got a problem. I hate conferences like this because life goes on in the midst of this. I will try and stick around a bit for the breakout rooms, but I have a doctor's appointment coming up shortly. And I had surgery, as you can tell, on my ear yesterday. That was perfect timing. You know, just if I'm going to get surgery, it couldn't be after the conference. It had to be the day before my presentation. So, yeah, I thought I was going to look like Van Gogh, but
okay, maybe if you could just remind us of your email address, so maybe we can have further communication there.
Oh, I'd love it. Jeff, Jeff at batesoninstitute.org or Jeff at jeffbloom.net.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so thank you, Jeff. We have to tell Jeremiah to get ready. He's coming next. So let's make a test with the screen sharing.
All right. How's that?
I can see something. It's your desktop. Oh, no, it's already the presentation. So there you go. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Oscar. And thanks everyone for having me here in the Biosemiotics gathering. I should say at the outset that I come to Biosemiotics from anthropology as well, and with an interest specifically in sort of deepening like initially anthropological questions that pertain to language and the body. And this was in the mode of embodied ethnography that I was working on, specifically around capoeira, the Afro-Brazilian danced martial art. And as I was developing sort of embodied semiotic kind of analytic for it, I sort of discovered biosemiotics and just sort of found it to offer such a much richer and deeper way to approach some of these questions that I was looking at of, you know, the sort of cognitive discursive rubbing up against the sensory affective modes that are happening, particularly in embodied practice, and how that affective experience surges. And biosemiotics became actually unfolded a new project, which I'm going to talk about today, which had me, you know, asking much deeper questions and going towards evolution. And so this is maybe a bit of a more quixotic effort than the ethnographic, but it's been a great thing to do through biosemiotics insights. So the title is Articulatory Potential and the Evolutionary Emergence of Language in Biosemiotic Perspective. Oh, can this, okay, there we go. So the evolutionary emergence of human language is widely considered one of the most difficult problems in the human sciences, perhaps even the hard problem in the contemporary sciences generally. And the reasons for this perennial difficulty are, of course, multiple and complex. But with that said, I want to elaborate very basically what I consider to be two fundamental and somewhat interlinked factors that account for such difficulty as it presently stands. Firstly, the emergence and subsequent evolution of the object of investigation took place deep in our Paleolithic past and has left nary a positive trace. There are, after all, no linguistic fossils to dig up and thus no direct empirical evidence to analyze. This is a daunting challenge, but one that is generally recognized by all investigators. But what is, I think, far less appreciated is the way a lack of empirical evidence can be a critically important clue in and of itself, insofar as that which is absent may become a constitutive feature of newly emergent phenomena, an idea that Terence Deacon elaborates as constitutive absence, not only in terms of language, but life more broadly. So the second factor pertains to the nature of scientific inquiry and analysis itself, consisting in the entrenched epistemological divisions between a biophysical science of nature and a sociocultural science of the human, telling of a Cartesian dualist legacy that yet endures. And as might be expected, the question of the emergence of a faculty for language in the human animal has been greatly frustrated by such abiding dualist assumptions. As such, research on the question has been taken up mostly on the margins of different disciplines, standing as a decidedly transdisciplinary research problem. Even as the literature has rapidly increased, it does so lacking a clearly defined paradigm, and on the whole remains something of a potluck of specialized theories and varied disciplinary approaches. As W. Tecumseh Fitch writes, all of us are still exploring the elephant of language in the darkness, all of us with only partial understanding. And so there remains much disagreement over the question, how could language have evolved? A question which might be unpacked as, how can we account for the phenomenal emergence of an abstract, human language-based symbolic consciousness out of the pre-reflective autonomic sentience associated with ethological communication and biological instinct? So according to the innatist Chomskyan view, syntax is what makes language so special, and its defining characteristic, which is said to separate it from other ethological communication systems of the biosphere, is what's known as recursion, which is the embedding of a syntactic category or sentence structure within another of the same type. And this is core for Chomsky's universal grammar, developed since the 90s as the minimalist program, which attempts to explain computational modular in computational modular terms an innate infrastructure or language organ, which might allow any natural language through its unique surface structure to make infinite use of finite means. That is the capacity for digital infinity. As Bohát and Chomsky write, the key distinguishing feature of language and what evolutionary theory must explain is hierarchical syntactic structure. However, in a challenge to this computational approach, Terence Deacon writes, grammatical rules and categories are symbolic rules and categories. Syntactic structure is just physical regularity. When considered irrespective of the symbolic operations it is intended to encode. Theories of language and mind that fail to address this head on or suggest that it needs no explanation ultimately assume what they set out to explain. We must explain the curious difficulty of symbolic reference first. In other words, for all of the computational consideration of the ways in which syntactic structures permit grammatically acceptable sentences, the minimalist thesis hardly considers the way that a particular grammar is empowered in the first place as a permission structure for acceptable sentences. And this power, I think, which grammatical rules draw on, brings us inexorably back to difficult semantic questions, that is, questions of symbolic reference. I mean, Merlin Donald is someone who has proposed a developmental sequence for human symbolic capacity in which bodily movement through a refinement of motor control toward voluntary movement would come to exhibit mimetic skill. And so voluntary bodily mimesis would be understood as a necessary pre-adaptation, prior to a symbolic representation emergence. And this is something I'm going to come back to, but I just want to move it along here. But even putting the problem of semantics and symbolic reference aside, there is evidence that the recursive patterning structure is not unique to linguistic function. As cognitive linguist Philip Lieberman has pointed out, motor actions such as walking, running, climbing, dancing, they operate through selectional constraints, which yield hierarchical patterns that potentially can generate an infinite number of combinations. And this is consistent, as Lieberman notes, with the long-standing assertion by Carl Lashley that neural mechanisms originally adapted for motor control constitute the basis of syntax and human creative behavior. And so I think this actually lends well to the phenomenological approach developed by philosopher and dancer Maxine Sheets Johnstone, which has certain resonance with a lot of the enactivist theory and neurophenomenological approaches. And Sheets Johnstone has argued that a sensory kinetic approach to the origin of language sheds light on the foundation of both syntax and semantics. Elucidated from the perspective of mobile, sentient bodies, semantics and syntax are in fact automatically illuminated because they are no longer regarded as abstract objects of formal investigation, but substantive aspects of experience. And so under this phenomenologically informed analysis, the interrelation of syntax and semantics is irreducible insofar as it is understood to be nested within and reflective of the more imminent, irreducible one-ment of bodily articulation and affective experience, or in Sheets Johnstone's words, mobility and sentience. So in short, movement is our mother tongue, as she says in a nice breviloquent phrase. And offering a single term for this moving feeling simultaneity, Sheets Johnstone develops the concept of responsivity, which has a lot of resonance with the more Peircean semiotic notion of interpretance. But the responsivity as the prime constituent in definitions of life, which evinces what she calls thinking and movement. Another way that sort of resonates with a lot of the enactivist thought. I'm just going to move it along. So in light of the need for an epistemological reorientation that can speak to linguistic problems, while also cohering with neurophenomenological analyses, I turn to semiotics, what John Deely has called the only inherently interdisciplinary perspective there is, a notion that follows closely from the global semiotics project of Thomas Sebeok. And notably, Sebeok explicitly connected nature-culture dualism to the epistemic frustration of inquiry into language origins. Describing it in semiotic terms, he writes, the strategic anthroposemiotics, zoosemiotics dichotomy will stand just as long as the riddle of the origin of human language remains unsolved. And I think Hofmeyr characterizes very well the biosemiotic frame for grappling with the problem, writing that biosemiotics considers human mental processes not as unique phenomena in the ontological sense, but rather as extremely interesting extensions of a much more general mode of biological organization and interaction that human beings share with all other living creatures. So to this end, I locate the object of language's evolutionary emergence within a dynamic coevolutionary complex, such that the question, how could language have emerged, may be reformulated in semiotic terms. How could bioenergetic impulse, zoosemiotic, articulated in and through physioanatomical systems of organismic constraint, kinesthetico or kinesiosemiotic, enactively and responsively operating with respect to ecological pressures and forces, whichever define organismic Umwelten, ecosemiotic, give evolutionary rise to symbolical insight, anthroposemiotic. So this series of fields in aggregate, I tentatively refer to as holosemiotics, cohering with Sebeok's notion of a semiobiosphere, and also thinking with Kalevi Kull's semiotic threshold zones, and but connoting a more specific investigatory focus on the human animal's faculty for language, and following them in the idea that the semiotically whole human is inclusive of zoosemiotic as much as anthroposemiotic knowing. So together, points 2 and 3 reference the moment-by-moment dynamics of living organisms bodying forth through their environments, which defines adaptation's ever-present ground zero and shapes the trajectory of macroevolutionary processes in some measure. The bodying forth that occurs at this, in-Umwelt interface, or the interface that is the skin, where all the fun occurs, as Hofmeyr has written, is directly concerns the articulatory meaning potential that is immanent in the plasticity of living animate bodies, of the bodily experience of organismic selves. As Sheets Johnstone writes, meaning at all levels of life is articulated in an intercorporeal dynamic, from the molecular level to molecular bodies to full-bodied animal bodies. And Hofmeyr and Sternfeld express this sentiment in a more explicitly semiotic analytic, saying that if life and semiosis are fundamentally coextensive, an attempt may be undertaken to classify cognitive and communicative potentials of species according to the plasticity and articulatory sophistication they exhibit. So informed by these perspectives and with an eye towards self-awareness and symbolic representation, I take as my fundamental unit of analysis what neuroscientist Antonio Damasio considers to be the ground reference for the neural representation of the self, the body in kinetic motion, sensing and responding to its environment moment by moment. So the analytic frame for this interface could be divided into 3 general zones, each one more concentrically remote from the organism's subjective center than the previous, and is thus definable by a core periphery structure where you have brain, neurobiological core, superficies and appendages of the body, brain, neurobiological periphery, and the ecological niche, the extra periphery. This core periphery network structure is an important frame if you take to heart research, which indicates that the topological structure of networks is necessary for understanding their internal organization, particularly if they are continuously evolving and changing over time. So an important question that I want to ask is, could critical changes to the organization of neural structures involved in language processing be partially dependent on a dynamic symbiosis between different aspects of the phenotypic plasticity and articulatory action as they are constrained by the different dimensions of the organismic network periphery. So in the context of the body's peripheral network of appendages, standing as the semiotic intermediaries between the neural core and the extra periphery, insofar as the brain does not itself touch and grapple with the environs directly, we might then ask how this network's sphere of evolutionary influence could have been organized in both hierarchical and symbiotic senses. How did the various semiotically adept parts of the network periphery interrelate, co-function, and co-evolve? Now, of course, this is a hugely complex question to ask, but I think it is a critical line of inquiry into how bioenergy put to the semiotic work of survival during a critical evolutionary period might have become differently distributed across the various parts of the organism's peripheral network. And here I focus on those features and appendages which have exhibited high perceptual and or prehensile gesticulative acuity for navigating and manipulating the environs in which the organism is embedded. And these would be the most significant sensory motor players in neuroscientist Wilder Penfield's famous cortical homunculus model, which anatomically illustrates the proportions of the human brain that support motor and sensory functions for different parts of the body. Whereas you can see the relative proportions of tongue and lips, along with hands and fingers, are anomalously high, and which not coincidentally define a general theoretical dichotomy in the literature between proponents of gesture and proponents of speech as the primary modality for the initial expression of human language. So here I turn my focus to the articulators, specifically of the speech apparatus, which incidentally are no less gestural than any other part of the body, like arms, hands, and fingers. And again, coming round to Sheets Johnstone. So Hoffmeyer.
Just a friendly reminder, there's a couple of minutes before the 10 minutes discussion, so take your time, but just remember your 2 minutes and then 10 minutes for discussion.
Okay, great, thank you.
Otherwise, you can continue. You just
yeah, just a few more minutes I'll need. Thank you.
No problem. Take your time. Just a reminder.
So Hoffmeyer, characterizing Sheets Johnstone's linguocentric position, writes, the focal point is the tongue as considered as a linguistic organ, for the tongue was and is the center for sensoric kinetic linguistic competence. And so if this is so, the question is then, of all the articulate features, semiotically dexterous features of the periphery, why should the expression of human language have become localized and centered on the tongue? You know, not exclusively in any measure, but in this dynamic network, why did it come into that, the sort of orbit of the expression orbiting in this speech apparatus through evolutionary time? This question, I think, begs consideration of a kind of bodily semiotic mereology, I might call it, of both affective and articulatory dynamics, whereby we might consider an underlying congruence between the tongue, a select part, and the body, the whole. And this is where I want to make something of an abductive leap, I suppose, regarding this, a side-by-siding of the two, as Nora Bateson was saying earlier in the week. And so as a point of departure for such a leap, I turn to Sheets Johnstone again, saying that whatever the unfolding verbal interchanges, they feed into and decisively escalate a whole body affective kinesthetic dynamic. The dynamic patternings of human tongues, their synergies of meaningful movement, are as unmistakably affective as the synergies of the whole body dynamic of which they are a part. Now, I want to situate this affective part-whole dynamic that Sheets Johnstone talks about within a more systems-oriented grid for language vis-a-vis the body. And so just want to drop these two quotes from Bateson and Merleau-Ponty, where Bateson says, anatomy must contain an analog of grammar because all anatomy is a transform of message material which must be contextually shaped. And Merleau-Ponty, if we were to make completely explicit the architectonics of the human body, its ontological framework, we would see that the structure of its mute world is such that all the possibilities of language are already given in it. So in the context of this architectonic grammar as a kind of phase space of the global body system, I want to draw attention to a relation between the fine motor muscular hydrostat, the tongue, and the greater gross motor body, not only in terms of a dynamic affective congruence, as Sheets Johnstone notes, but of an underlying analog of semiotic potentials for articulation, this being between what I would call the phonolingual articulatory range and the pancorporeal articulatory range. So what I'm suggesting is that in a strictly formal sense, the fine motor tongue can do at its local scale what the gross motor body can do at the global scale. And I find this curious enough to want to explore. So in this sense, I see a kind of fractal relation between the whole and the part, not in any explicit physical iconic correspondence between articulators at different scales of the system, but in terms of possibilities for and thus constraints on articulation. And this, I think, might describe part of the means by which an evolutionary process could occur such that a purely tactile world awakens a world of sounds, and in consequence, a new range of powers is discovered, as Sheets Johnstone writes. Now, this would have to be under certain conditions of increasingly sophisticated mimetic bodily skill towards voluntary control as a pre-adaptation for language, and a pre-linguistic to proto-linguistic social coordination that is affectively attuned to the environment, but with special attention to the movements and articulations of other conspecific organismic bodies, which well reflect that of the organismic subject. In this context, the two articulatory systems, the global body being articulatively consequent in touch as well as sight, and the vocal apparatus in sound, might be put into increasingly dynamic interaction, such that a kind of phase shift towards anthroposemiosis in the form of speech sounds might eventually occur. So this is to consider the way that the phonated articulations of the tongue and lips with auxiliary support from other organs might begin to stand in for the movements and intentions of the whole, almost as a kind of synecdochistic infrastructure that of the body that might be exploited. In this sense, the articulatory gestures that underlie the acoustic signal might ground a newly emergent form of semiotic agency that might serve the body in motion, in effect, by reducing and or regulating a good deal of that motion as proto-linguistic social systems emerge, outsourcing gross motor to fine motor and thus conserving energy. And this as a physical consequence of a process where indexical linkages of vocalizations with things immediate in the surrounding terrain become increasingly mediated by associations among and between a growing range of different vocalizations themselves, as the sort of indexes that Deacon discusses, and thus opening up a symbolic terrain of communication, salient enough to offer a kind of evolutionary sanctuary to biological survival. So I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremiah. So we have about 4 minutes for discussion now, and Gary is the first one on the line.
Okay. This is a beautiful paper. This is, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So you have done an incredible job, and I would encourage you to take the next step, which is to go over to the Montreal Neurological Institute and find Philippe Albou, okay, who is in the Zator lab, okay, and who has looked at the left temporal lobe versus right temporal lobe involvement in the decoding of lyrical music, okay, which is just a form of language, right? I mean, in a sense, and shown very, very clearly that lyrical decoding is in the left temporal lobe and melodic decoding is in the right temporal lobe. And so that tells you something really important about what language is, right? It is a confluence of serial articulatory movement and melodic production, right? Which we call in language, we call prosody.
Yes.
Right, but it's just musicality. It's rhythm and tonality.
Yes.
Right. So that's, I think that you in combination with what they've learned over in that lab could be extremely powerful.
That's
and you're right there in Montreal, man. So
I know. I mean, I was just saying that is so ironic and sad, I suppose. I've been there for a couple of years, and I'm actually back in the States.
I'm giving you the cue, okay?
Can you the name again, Philippe?
You know what? I'll send you the link to his paper in the chat.
Okay.
If you watch for that, okay?
Thank you so much.
No
Thanks
problem.
for that comment.
Absolutely.
See Peter's hand raised.
Yes, indeed. I found this. Have you? Yeah, I'm released. You can hear me, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Very interesting paper because I'm an anthropologist like you. I've also edited Wu's Tai Chi Chuan, which is a Tai Chi, one of the 4 Tai Chi versions, international versions. And it so happens that the center is in Toronto, and I'm in Toronto. And I've been with Wu's Tai Chi Chuan. And I would like to just add a little bit to yours, because my sense of putting this together, which was all about an explanation of mobility of the body, as you have heavily emphasized, which it is, turning linear, in fact, into circular form, also went along with the equally important type, maybe this is cultural, lineage, which of course, being an anthropologist, I'm indebted to. So I could not complain that this wasn't a book about lineage, when in fact my whole teaching has been towards linear expression, but it's very strong. And I know you were talking about language, but the lineage factor, I don't know whether it's the same with Capoeira in Brazil, but I think that is, it goes beyond the individual into social formation is what I'm suggesting.
Sure, yeah. Totally.
How do you find that? Is that right?
I totally agree with that, and that should be emphasized more so, for sure. And
it's not a correction, it's just my experience.
Yes.
This is my experience, and I wondered if yours matched in working on the Brazil aspect.
In working on what?
On the Brazilian aspect. You were talking about the
Capoeira.
Capoeira, yes.
Yes, certainly the intercorporeality, the intersubjective and necessarily intercorporeal of capoeira. I mean, what they say, you can't do capoeira alone, you know. It's that kind of thing. So exactly to your point.
Jeremiah, I'm afraid we will have to hold next questions for the breakout room, because next we have Israel Chávez with his presentation, and I see he's already with the screen on. So please, Israel, start sharing the screen. The room is yours.
Yeah, you can hear me all right, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Wait. Okay, so can you see my screen now? Is it visible? Yeah.
We can see it.
Okay, and they change, right? Okay, good. So thank you, Oscar, and of course I would like to start with thanking the organizers, and especially Don, because I guess he will have something like a jet lag after this, and well, of course, Mila and Claudia and everybody. Yeah, and well, I will be very brief, actually. So yeah, so the thoughts that I will be presenting to you today are actually a part of work in progress. They don't really belong to my PhD research, but they are rather just like some sort of extension of it. And in some sense, they are like not yet fully developed ideas, but because of this, I would be really, really grateful for all your comments and criticisms and complaints and suggestions and everything. But even if they are not like fully developed, I decided to present them here because I think that in any case, they can at least point to like interesting directions. So let me just begin with some definitions concerning the terms that are in the title of my presentation. So throughout my talk, by language, I will mostly understand linguistic language. So language in a narrow sense. Now, by communication, I will mostly mean like an intentional transmission of knowledge. And I will be also mostly referring to linguistic communication. Yeah. So in this sense, it can. I will also sometimes understand communication as a sort of establishing of a particular social relation. Yeah. And finally, by change, I mostly mean like a sort of transition from state A to state B. But certainly the transition is not like, I'm going to say the deterministic. And actually what is called state A or state B are a set of heterogeneous facts that may not transit between states at the same rhythm, or which transit cannot be fully predicted. And in this sense, what I mean by change necessarily presupposes variation. And variation, I will simply understand it as the different manifestations of linguistic form. And now I want, maybe I should make the precision that I am sort of a structural linguist. So when I think of form, I think of form in Jamesovian, Saussurean terms. That's what I mean by form. So the main issue that I want to tackle today is Sebeok's claim that language and communication have very little to do with each other. Now, this claim is or was made on the basis of Sebeok's idea, taking inspiration from Stephen Jay Gould and Elizabeth Burba, that speech is an exaptation of language, and that if language came to be, it was only because of its modeling capacity. So according to Sebeok, when it comes to language, communication is somewhat secondary, even if it appears to us as its main function. Now, to be clear, I don't really disagree with this view, but I do think that there are some aspects of language, namely, or one of them, the way it changes, that cannot be fully explained if we do not consider the fact that language is indeed used to communicate. So insofar as we consider modeling as a more general process than communication, it can be safely stated that language is first a modeling system and only later a communicational tool. But so what is exactly meant by modeling here? So in this talk, I will understand model very much in the spirit of Lotman and the Tartu school, well, Tartu Moscow school. Thus, a model can be defined as an analogous of perception, which substitutes the object being perceived, but does so following certain rules of pragmatic relevance. Namely, the model will retain the features and the relations between features of the object that is being modeled that are pragmatically relevant. And I will not go further into the notion of model here, but I will just notice that on the basis of this definition of modeling, which was to some extent the one that Sebeok was following too, plus Umwelt theory, it can be claimed that when we consider a sign system as a modeling system, we emphasize the fact that said sign system orders perception. But certainly, this is not the only thing that sign systems do. Indeed, on the basis of such ordering of perception, sign systems might also enable practices. And thus, sign systems can be regarded from either one of these functions. Now, by practice, I mean, following Luis Prieto, an intentional transformation of an object in order to produce another object, an intentional transformation by a subject, let's say, of an object. Now, notice that the object being produced can either be a material object, as when we build a bookshelf out of good wood planks, or a mental object, precisely as when we try to convey a certain message. Thus, communication can be considered as a practice, but because of its specific nature, it can be useful to have a specific, special designation for sign systems, in as much as we regard them as enabling that specific practice of communicating. So I will borrow a term from another semiologist and linguist, very closely related to Prieto in theoretical terms, who is Eric Buissant. And I will refer to sign systems when they are regarded as enabling communication as semic structures or semis. And this is like sort of fortunate, because I think that if I do this, I don't really alter too much, or maybe not at all, the sense in which Buisson coined this term, semi. Now, let me insist, just for the sake of clarity, that I am not claiming that there are two kinds of psych systems, modeling systems and semic structures. What I am saying is that depending upon the way we look at them, they can reveal a prominence of one or the other function. And let me notice as well that I do not know how to call the genus to which semic structure belongs. I don't know how to call it. My first idea was to label it simply as semiotic structure, but maybe that is not so accurate. But in any case, in this talk, I will only be concerned with science systems in as much as they can be regarded as semic structures. But notice that semic structure is just a specific case. There are certainly a lot of other practices being enabled by science systems besides communication. Because, as I said earlier, modeling is a more general process than communication, and thus, to be consistent with what I said before, ordering perception would be more general in some sense than enabling practices. If a science system is used to communicate, then we can be sure that it is also a modeling system. But if a science system is used to model, then we cannot assume its semic character. Thus, for instance, if there are science systems that allow birds to navigate and move in space, they could be thus regarded as modeling systems, but its semic character would remain to be proved. An alarm call, however, if it is considered as semic, then automatically it's also considered as modeling system. Now, what I have said up to here, it can be seen as trivial. And from one point of view, in order to act upon, I mean, it might seem as trivial because from one point of view, in order to act upon the world, we need to categorize it. And thus, ordering perception can be seen as logically previous to acting upon the percepts. But it seems to me that the distinction, it seems to me that the distinction between these two functions has a little bit more to it. So in the specific case of modeling systems and semic structures, I still don't know about the other species that are included in the genus to which semic structure belongs. We can pose a different constitutive movement. Now, the main movement taking place in semic structures is connotative, whereas the main movement taking place in modeling systems is metalinguistic. Now, let me explain this. I think that the real interesting part of the tradition of semiotics that developed from Saussure is the way in which it addresses the encadement of science systems. So I mostly agree with other scholars like Trabant and I guess Eco to some extent that in the Saussurean tradition, the notion of interpretant is not lacking, but it is somehow there. Now, what I mean by a constitutive movement here is precisely the way in which a science system is linked with another. So my proposal is that, because I assume following the main tenets of Saussurean linguistics, that entities are not independent from the relations in which they take part, but they are constituted in the relations themselves. I think that when we consider a science system as a semic structure, the way it is linked to other structures is via a connotative movement. But when we consider a science system as modeling system, the movement linking it to other science systems is a metalinguistic one. Thus, in the case of language, in as much as language is considered as an expression, it can be regarded as a semic structure. But in as much it is considered as a codifying system, it can be regarded as a modeling system. So this last statement seems to be very much in line with Lotman's understanding of language as modeling system, but it moves away from Lotman in that in as much as language codifies, I don't think it can be primary, but secondary. And thus I agree with Sergio in this last respect. Now, I would like to illustrate these ideas and hopefully make them more understandable to you via an example. So I am mostly interested in language change and variation. So my example will revolve around this. And I think, well, I will say this at the end. Now, let us consider the case of Spanish rhotic sounds. Now, for the sake of my argumentation, I will be simplifying a lot of this, but it seems to me that maybe it's enough to say that, well, in Spanish, there are two rhotic sounds, a flap and a trill, or a simple vibrant and a multiple vibrant. Typologically, it seems that this is rather uncommon, and the phonological explanation of these phonemes has been and remains to some extent a matter of debate. So for some linguists, there is actually only one phoneme with different contextual realizations, and the explanation of why the realizations are different are very, very different. For others, it's completely another story. So, well, it seems to me that in determining the phonological content of a phoneme, it is needed to look at the phonic substance. So it is needed to look at variation. For if substance manifests form, then the variability might bespeak of the underlying constancy. Now, within structural phonology, Leopoldo Baliñas proposed some years ago a phonological system of Spanish in which the phonological content of the two vibrants can be defined by the features tense and continuant. The trill will be tense and continuant, and the flap would be tense and interrupted or not continuant. So the phonological system proposed, and it seems to me that the phonological system proposed by Baliñas functions very, very good in the sense that it allows us to explain why Spanish rhotics change or vary like they do. So here is a partial map of the different realizations of Spanish rhotics. Notice what is indicated by the orange marks. The allophones seem to indicate some constraints on the field of dispersion of the rhotic phonemes. Namely, fricativity seems to be an important, I will say, acoustic feature. But fricativity is, under this view, but a substantial correlate of the phonological traits tense and continuous. Thus, Baliñas would be right in putting the multiple vibrant in the tense continuant series, along with the other fricatives. Moreover, the allophones seem to have a tendency to be voiceless. And in some cases, as when they are in a cluster, the simple vibrant can also become fricative, as in the case of Costa Rica. There you can see it. It is this. If you see it is here. Yeah. Now the most extreme case is Puerto Rico. I think Puerto Rico. Yeah, it's. Okay, it's here. It's there. Yeah. It is very extreme because the multiple vibrant can become a fully velar fricative or even a uvular rhotic. So it's also interesting to notice the pre-aspiration present in many countries. And yeah, now it is also true that among the different variation of Spanish liquids, because R and L are yeah, kind of, they come together kind of. So it is true that there is also a neutralization between the liquids. And there are cases when the rhotics become sort of approximants. They acquire like more vocalic qualities. But this may be explainable because they are sonorants. And just for the sake of argumentation, and I know this is kind of tricky, I will not deal with that. I will just focus with fricativity here. So now, what does this example tells us, or how is it connected with the rest of my exposition, with what I was telling you before? You may ask that, and yeah. So my thoughts are the following. It seems to me that it can be said that a phonological system becomes organized or established on the basis of perceptible acoustic features. But inasmuch as we also use a phonological system when we utter sentences, those perceptible features necessitate articulatory correlates. Now, what I am trying to propose is that in a certain way, we know that a phonological system is semiotic. If we agree with Jakobson. Now, and we know that it is a part of a science system, but it might be that in some sense, even this phonological system as such could be regarded as a science system itself, if we consider form as a sign of substance. And I know that this might be problematic, but now, if we do that, then we can we can regard it both. We can regard a phonological system as modeling system or as semic structure. So, inasmuch a phonological system deals with perceptible acoustic features, it could be regarded as a modeling system. And inasmuch as it deals with articulatory correlates of those perceptible acoustic features, it could be regarded as a semic structure. Thus, the need to differentiate between signifiers in uttering, it would be largely semic, and the need for recognition and identification of signifiers would be largely like a modeling process. So let us notice that this last remark calls for a clarification. So it is possible that even if from one point of view, ordering perception seems to be logically previous to acting upon the percepts, from another point of view, the reverse is the case. So Prieto, for instance, insisted that categories, he calls them classes, are logically previous to the concepts they realize. So this is tantamount to say, in our terms, that to enable practices is logically previous to ordering perception, because it is only in as much as we, or any other animal at least, recognize that something can be used in a practice that we look to establish the concepts that such thing realizes. It is, we aim to determine the comprehension of the class to which such thing belongs. But notice that this would not necessarily entail that semic is logically previous to modeling. For semic structures, remember, are but a kind of practice-oriented structures. It would simply entail that modeling arises from practice. And this would seem to be in agreement with the Uexküllian influence in Sebeok's notion of modeling. But let me go back just very quickly to the Spanish rhotics. So we know that in passing from Latin to Spanish, phonological quantity was lost, and long consonants became short consonants. However, they were subjected to different processes. So occlusive voiceless consonants were shortened without too much trouble, and for the voiced ones, there was a process of lenition, and yeah. But for sonorants, something different happened. So you can see on the bottom left part of the slide. So for sonorants, the long ones became palatalized, except for R, which became and the simples, they remain the same. But it is important to notice that the bilabial nasal became one sound. So a large M and the simple M became one phoneme in Spanish. And Ralph Penny, he claims that this was due to the functionality of the opposition. So it was not that functional. So it was affordable to lose it. So my point with this is that it would seem that when we explain, or when we try to explain variation, it's more useful to regard language as modeling system. But if we aim to explain change, it might be more useful to regard it as a semic structure. So this might be precisely why, I'm sorry, I will say something before. The point here being that when explaining language change, it would seem that the leading voice is given to the necessity of maintaining the differences between signifiers, or between phonemes, but phonemes only exist as composing signifiers. Thus, it seems that when it comes to language, if we aim to explain variation, it is more useful to regard it as a modeling system. But if we aim to explain change, it might be more useful to regard it as a semic structure. This might be precisely why it is more useful to think of the phylogenesis of language in modeling terms. However, it seems that modeling could also be useful in explaining change if we consider the metalinguistic movement that modeling has at its core. For indeed, the loss of quantity in Latin was due to a change in its prosodic features. The change in the prosodic features brought changes at the phonological level, and these changes brought changes at the syntactic semantic level, as the loss of cases, the system of cases, for instance. Thus, the changes on the expression substance reorganize its form, and this new form acts upon the form of the content, and via its form acts upon the substance of the content. So I would like to point out that this proposal is somewhat running parallel with what Tyler has termed retroaction in his thesis. But it seems to me that the main difference between what I am saying here and what he's saying in his thesis is that I don't assume a direct influence of substance upon substance, but I make this influence pass through form. So to conclude,
just a reminder,
yeah.
we have 5 minutes left for discussion.
Oh,
however, if you really need some minutes, you can finish and we can discuss afterwards.
Yeah, I will finish just very quickly. So
yes,
to conclude, let me just point out that I do not see that my observations are going against Sedok's view. They at most stand somewhere in between Luttmann and him. For inasmuch as language is a semic structure, it can be the expression. It can be the expression of other sign systems. And inasmuch as language is a modeling system, it can be the content of other sign systems. Thus, language turns out to be completely embedded in a hierarchy of sign systems. It is culture, but it is not the primary modeling system in any sense. So the next step of my research would be to explore the relationships between of language within the whole of culture, following these distinctions between ordering perception and enabling practices. But that will hopefully be my topic for next year. So thank you.
Wonderful, thanks. So yeah, we still have some 4 minutes for discussion. I see virtual claps, real claps. Yeah, so no questions. Okay, maybe I have one.
Yeah.
So what do you think came first? Syntactic habits, semantic habits, or pragmatic habits? Linguistically speaking, what is the driving dimension of language? Ontogenetically speaking, what needed to exist first? Syntactics?
I'm not sure. So I think the problem is that it is some sort of like an unresolvable tension. But I actually very much agree with the previous presentation by Jeremiah. And I think we are saying kind of the same thing in some sense. At least because it seems to me that he was also putting some emphasis on practice. He didn't call it practice, but he was talking about movement and articulations and bodily things. But yeah, maybe I would say that in some sense it is pragmatic in as much it needs to fulfill something. But I would think that it is, yeah, this kind of tension and almost like retroaction, as Tyler would put it. Yeah.
Speaking of Tyler has his digital hand raised, so please.
Hello. I just want to say the slides, your slides, those handwritten slides are the most beautiful thing that I've ever seen in a conference presentation. And I just want to ask you, how long did it take you to write that presentation?
No, it didn't take that long. The drawing was complicated, but yeah.
Yeah, the phonological map of South America and Central America, that was it looked like hundreds of hours to me.
No, it was cool. But thank you. I'm glad you like it. think.
Please, Peter, go ahead.
Hi. You know, it could be both. And I think it's helpful to think about the cognitive psychology and the possible underlying neural. We need to do abduction on possible neural substrates of both language and communication as a representational system, composable representational system, and a communicative system. And you know, there is this notion of a language of thought that's underlying, or conceptual dynamics that are underlying linguistic productions, of which the linguistic productions are sort of an offshoot. We can think about as fast as we can speak, and we do that almost effortlessly. And the difference between the two is that our concepts are distinct from the words that we express, but they're also linked to the lexical nodes. So there are ways of thinking about language, not either a representational system versus a communicative system. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. Yeah, thank you. it gives me like some food for thought, as they would say. Yeah, but I think I don't want to step into anybody's time. So, and I think my time is up, right?
Yes, just in time. So last but not least, we have coming up young Schumann. And I can see that he is already somewhere here. So thank you, Israel. You can mute. And now, John, please start sharing your screen.
And unmute.
Oh, yes.
Unmute, John. Unmute.
So I just click screen share.
I haven't seen anything yet. I can hear you now.
But my face, I can see my face. So, Don, how do I get onto the screen here?
I don't know what you're looking at right now.
Go to screen share, John. It's green. There's a good green box in the bottom.
Okay.
Bottom middle.
I'm clicking on it. It says whiteboard.
And then pick what you want to share.
I don't have any handout or anything. I can only share my face.
Well, then you're good.
You don't need to do anything. Just talk.
That's the way I like it. It's always nice when you don't have to do anything. All right. So shall I just start?
No, I mean, you can take a minute or two. Do you have a presentation?
I have a presentation, but there's no visuals connected with it.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. So please go ahead. The floor is yours.
I wrote a paper in 1950, and we didn't do that in those days.
No problem.
So I'm talking about the possibility of definition. And language is a vehicle for symbolic reference, of course. And a symbol might be defined, at least in part, as a sign that gets its meaning through its relation to other signs. Whereas icons and indexes can accrue meaning by reference to entities in the physical world, there are words that reference concepts that are not exclusively physical. Words such as mind, soul, emotion, motivation, purpose. These concepts require associations with other words in order to convey their meaning, and such words may be particularly difficult to define. In physics, a physical entity is something that has mass, excuse me, mass, energy, and observability and also causal effects on the world. The concepts that I just mentioned lack mass, energy, and observability. But these concepts or ideas, nevertheless, can have causal effects on the physical world. But we have to realize that these less than fully physical concepts have a material basis in human biology. At some point in evolution, the human brain became capable of producing and processing symbolic concepts that lack 3 of the 4 basic characteristics of physicality. They lack mass, energy, and observability. But for the human brain to create, use, and understand these concepts, they are often physicalized, by which I mean they are understood by association with physical entities. Evans, following George Lakoff, discusses this in terms of conceptual metaphors that humans derive by way of their embodied experience in the world. For example, the love concept can be understood via metaphors such as the physical container metaphor, he is in love, Mary fell out of love, or a physical force metaphor, she couldn't resist his love, she refused his love. In addition, a physical journey metaphor, we are at a crossroads, we're stuck in a rut, this relationship is on the rocks. Frequently in the literature, what I am calling not exclusively physical concepts can be referred to as abstract concepts. However, I feel that the term abstract masks the physical issues that are involved with such terms. Lakoff argues that the division between concrete and abstract thought is based on what can be observed from the outside. Physical entities, properties, and activities are concrete, according to Lakoff. And he goes on to say, what is not visible is called abstract. And he suggests words such as emotions, purposes, ideas, freedom, time, social organization, systems of thought, and so on. From the perspective of the brain, he says, each of these abstractions is physical because, according to his view, thought and understanding are physical and are carried out on neural circuitry. In the above, just the quote from George Lakoff, the only physical property that Lakoff identifies as lacking is observability. I would argue that what is also lacking are mass and energy. And the brain attempts to compensate for these absences of certain physical properties by associating the non-exclusively physical concept with physical entities. Thus, non-exclusively physical concepts can be associated to a greater or lesser extent with something physical. For example, the Holy Spirit, which is not physical to the extent one wants to believe in that concept, does not mean that the Spirit has become physical. It merely has been redescribed as a person or restructured in that way using a mental concept that is metaphorically derived from the physical world. Then you take the concept of Santa Claus, a certainly non-existent entity that is highly physicalized as an elderly man with a big white beard, a red snowsuit, a sleigh, 12 reindeer who deliver gifts around the world. It would appear that language is required for this physicalization by virtue of processing by the human brain, which of course is integrated with the integrated with the symbolic system, a less than fully physical abstract entity becomes understood through physical associations. Love becomes a container, a journey, or a force. Many mental states which we experience physically get classified under a superordinate abstract word. For example, fear, happiness, depression, love, jealousy, and envy are collectively labeled as emotions. And different concepts get different degrees of physicalization, as we saw in the Santa Claus and Holy Spirit examples. Many concepts that refer to non-fully physical entities are difficult to define. Biosemiotics has certainly recognized and wrestled with this problem. The Biosemiotics Glossary Project has done extensive studies on what is meant by terms such as semiotic threshold, intentionality, agency, Umwelt. And the Biosemiotics Glade has examined the terms semiosis, agency, representation, scaffolding, and recursivity. I would argue that such concepts seem to define final definition. This, of course, is a source of flexibility on the positive side. It allows us to generate ideas, ideologies, idealizations, concepts, and conceptualizations that are not tied to a specific or to specific physical entities. But at the same time, it generates ambiguous reference, vagueness, and uncertainty. Nevertheless, we constantly hear that science demands clear definitions, and I would agree. Science should have clear, definitive meanings for the terms it uses. That is an important constraint on science, and science often meets that constraint generally because the objects of its investigation are fully physical. These objects have mass, energy, or observability and causal effects. Now, this is much less true for the terms used in philosophy, law, and the social sciences. Science and the scientific method seem to find themselves in certain difficulties when they face the less than fully physical world produced by the human ability for symbolization. Nailing down non-observable symbolic entities is not what science was developed to do. This is because such entities do not have the same order of determinism as entities in the physical realm. Symbolic concepts are degenerate and pluripotent. Thus, symbols, words, can have synonyms whereby the same or similar meanings can be carried by different words. And a single symbol, one word, can carry several different meanings, which is polysemy or pluripotentiality. And in the case of where entities are referred to as, when these entities, if you can say that, are less than fully material, they are unobservable simply because they lack a physical form. If the object of research is physical, then the norms of the scientific method are generally appropriate. But if the entity is the product of the human ability to create concepts that are not exclusively physical, we might have to ask whether the scientific method provides the right epistemology. In the study of quasi-physical abstract concepts, such as emotion, motivation, identity, acculturation, self, attitude, patience, goal, and appraisal, with such concepts, we might ask whether normative empirical science permits the accrual of final answers. Do non-exclusively physical entities, entities that are not fully physical, that lack some of the characteristics of physicality, do they have the same order of determinism as entities in the physical sciences? Naming is a remarkable ability. However, the symbolic association between a thing and its name can sometimes lead to a distortion, especially when we are dealing with semi-physical concepts. These concepts may become essentialized and reified, and the assumption may be made that what they refer to must have a physical instantiation that can be studied empirically and understood directly, fully, and correctly. Under such a notion, such words as freedom and love and others that I've been referencing can't have characterizations that are equally precise and scientific. If we assume they do, then non-fully material symbolizations simply become forced to masquerade as physical entities. We kind of pretend they're physical and don't actually often recognize that. According to the Persian scholar Walker Percy, an American not well known in the biosemiotics world, he argues, and he's a medical scientist, he's a surgeon, the fact that the symbol is the object, but in Autopoiesis, in a different way, is to some extent mysterious and has to be accepted because it's not amenable to explanation or clarification by means of its part in the triadic relation. He argues that science and the scientific method, are especially in the experimental sciences, lie outside of the domain of denotation, quasi-identification, meaning assertion, imputation, and interpretation that are involved in symbolic reference. Following Percy, Perkins notes that dyadic science studies relationships of things in the world, but the coupling relation of a sentence is not like any other word relation. Yet indeed, for this very reason, it may symbolize as any word relation, world relation whatsoever. So according to these authors, sentences and certain words in general are used by science, but the dyadic science can't get outside them or outside itself to examine them with its own method. It can't examine its own sentence uttering activities. It can only examine everything in the rest of the world. A symbol can be anything, but for Percy, it argues a vocalable, a word, is an ideal symbol. A vocalable has to be empty, transparent, and thus lacking any biological relevance. It can't be a sign to take some action. A symbol also has to be different or distinct from its object. If it is the same or similar to its reference, it would be an icon. A symbol must be physically unrelated to the object, thus it must be arbitrary. This gives the symbol substantial agency in the mental world, the non-physical world, or the less than fully physical world. The symbol is simply valued for the meaning it carries. This allows it to take on the essence of the object, but we have to remember it does so in Autopoiesis in a different way. So where does this leave us with regard to defining terms that refer to concepts that are not exclusively physical? I would suggest that it might be useful to regard such terms as being potentially in the process of meaning something else than what is being proffered in the definition. definitions of this sort involves complex signs. They're imputations or interpretations of the word's meaning. I would suggest they are a guess, a hypothesis about what the word means. They are imperfect tools that give us a partial sense of word meaning or what a word can come to mean. Therefore, it may be impossible to find definitive definitions of such terms. However, and I think this is important, I would argue that well thought out attempts to do so provide perspectives or points of view that are useful in understanding the phenomenon, but perhaps understanding it only asymptotically. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So that was perfect timing. And yeah, everyone that's still here, please use your mitochondria, the energy in your cells to bear with us. And please bring up the question, Kalevi.
That's wonderful that in the end of this gathering, so we will arrive at this fundamental problem of methodology. And so I would like to say that the problem of definition in semiotics, in biosemiotics, can be very well illustrated by the concept of biological species, because a biological species actually, I mean, this bioparental species is not a physical object. It is, say, object of collective communicative relations, and it is impossible to define the species using this list of necessary and sufficient features. Always there will be some specimens which say do not fit, so to say, and this is this way, I think, a nice example from which already we should start our biosemiotic studies, and at the same time which links us to really the basic methodology how to describe, as you know, yeah, nicely described. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, if there is no reply.
I have a reply. Actually, I think the way the biosemiotics studies have been done on meaning, the biosemiotics, what do we call it? What did we refer to it as? The glossary project is really the way you should go. It's not defining, it's examining, putting out quotations and getting people's reaction to the quotations. And it's not trying to nail it. It's recognizing the variability, the pluripotentiality and the degeneracy within the concept. So, and we did this also in the Glade. Looked at several things, came up with different definitions, and then we're sent back to refine our definitions and try again. And all that exercise gives you a good sense for lexical degeneracy. So I think we're on the right track. The way Biosemiotics has done it is without being dogmatic and or using authority to demand a particular interpretation. So
awesome. So according to the screen, Gary is next, Don is second, and Jakob is third.
Sorry, so they were here first, so let them go.
I think it was
if there's time,
Don, Gary.
Yeah, please, Jakob, then Don.
Thanks. It's very stimulating talk. What would you say about the notions of physical sciences? Aren't these notions prone to the same ambiguity, which means also richness, such as energy, for example?
You know, I think the difference is between the possibility of observability and the lack of that possibility. So that in the physical sciences, they are able to get to final definitions when they do, when something is observable, but then they choose the observable thing to be studied. Don put it to me well one time. He said that, you know, science studies actualities. And in biosemiotics, and the rest of the world was studying potentialities. Now, you get to the subatomic world and things become complicated. They're not clearly physical. So we have and people get upset because we have this love of the physical. And when we get into life, when we get into the inorganic world, it's all physical and it's cause and effect and easier to study. When we get into life, it's issues of aims and purposes, and things get messy. So, but when we get into life, we got into signs, icons, index, and then we got into symbolic reference, which helped us escape a bit from the constraints of the physical. We were able to produce things that were would have effects on us without mass, energy, and observability. But things get dodgy out in that realm. And therefore we have the social sciences and the humanities, which, let's face it, are nice things that we keep in universities as symbols of the way things used to be done. And that's too bad, because I think symbolic reference is actually what lets us get to literature. It lets us get to fiction. It leaves us out of the world. And so we get this continuum. Paul's written about this, and there's probably an epistemic break, but no ontological break. It flows right from one into the other. So God bless the hard sciences. They took the easy way out.
Thank you.
That's great. John, I want to follow Yammer's question about the physical sciences with the humanities. Before I do, though, for our Batesonians here, when you talk about degeneracy, you also mean redundancy, right?
No.
No.
What I mean by degeneracy is, well, let's look about it neurobiologically. The brain, by many, is considered highly degenerate because two architecturally different entities in the brain can produce the same output.
Right, so, that's what I was calling redundancy.
But Gerald Edelman, who really promoted this notion in neuroscience, and actually in his whole theory of neural Darwinism, really pushes a distinction between the two, because he would argue that redundancy is the same system created again. You have two of the same systems, you got a backup. But he would see degeneracy as being different because it's two separate architectural entities. Different things with different structures produce the same output. And you see that neurobiologically. And you see it in synonymy, in words. So the words are different, but they can come together on a meaning. I'll give an example here, which actually got me into this study, is that I began studying motivation in second language acquisition. Did it for years because I thought it was very powerful. But if you, using your term, Don, word web, I found very helpful. I just like to give you some members of the motivation word web. Their intention, incentive, desire, goal, reward, approach, action tendency, wanting, liking, emotion, affect, arousal, valence, appraisal, reward, motivating source, stimulus, stimulation, inspiration, inducement. It's all part of the same thing. The problem, though, that's happened is that researchers we see in the social sciences pick a term, essentialize it, and assume it may have a unique physical substrate somewhere, but it doesn't. It's all part of the same game. And you in your paper the other day gave an etymology, and I think that's worth doing. Getting etymologies to see where this came from, because basically, when we have what is French, and Portuguese, and Italian, but New Latin. So we have to remember that and look at those to try to get at the nature of the concepts we're fussing with. And actually, let me just tell you, motivation has had almost 60 years of research in our field, and it continues. And sometimes that's a criticism. We criticize ourselves for that, but in fact, I think it's exactly as it should be, because we have integrative motivation, instrumental motivation, self-determination, attribution theory, goals theories, situated motivation, task motivation, and a new one called grit. Each one of those perspectives adds something to the total picture, but we don't get a final answer. We don't get a winner. But the collection over those 50 years, if one knows it well, one knows a lot about the phenomenon, but there's no conclusive experiment that could tell you which is the right one, because that's like going to an art exhibit and saying which is the correct painting, or which is the best one.
That was basically my question, John. After 20 years looking at the way they tried to operationalize all these terms, what would you say to them? I guess that's what you would say. Or what would you say if you could go back knowing what you know now, after all the maybe 40 years? What would you tell the researchers into these things like motivation?
Good work. They've been doing good work. For every well thought out and executed research project, experiment, we've profited in some way by getting another perspective on the issue. Something getting foregrounded that had been backgrounded, or vice versa, something that gets backgrounded that gets foregrounded. So I would say the ones that, there's a book now out 60 years of research in motivation in second language acquisition. In bilingualism, it's the most studied phenomenon within the whole field, which began at Montreal, actually, back in the 50s at McGill. This is a wonderful collection of work. We know a lot from it, but there's no winner. Thank God.
Thank you, John.
I just wanted to, first of all, say I thank you for bringing up Walker Percy. I think Walker Percy has been overlooked, and his new book, Symbol and Existence, which obviously was published posthumously, is an amazing book. He basically makes the argument that there is a whole acausal element in reality, which is based on relations, right? I mean, and that that relates to a concept that I got started with in all of this. That what brought me to semiotics was Kurt Goldstein's concept of self-actualization. Because what is self-actualization? Self-actualization, as the primary motive of the creature, is bringing your potential capacity into physical actuality. And he called that the fundamental motive of the organism, is actualizing one's capacity.
Interesting.
And the last thing I want to say is that quantum mechanics has a lot to tell us about this. I would strongly suggest looking at the transactional interpretation, the possibilistic transactional interpretation of quantum mechanics, which is due to Ruth Kastner, Ruth E. Kastner, Kastner, where Ruth talks about a quantum land of relational potentiality that then manifests itself in physical actuality through a process of actualization.
Thank you. Definitely look at that, because it seems to me we get odd at both ends of this continuum, at the subatomic end and at the symbolic reference end. They're not the same, but they're not like chemistry, physics, and physical biology. They're different, and pushing them into the center doesn't do us any service. So I think that may be all the questions, maybe.
Peter. Yeah, Peter is raising his real hand. So please go ahead, Peter.
Yes. What do you, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. What do you think of Bateson's solution right here, which is that of a double vision? It's very Blakean, and it comes upon Blake's representation of the reality of vision on the one hand, which has its own language, which is a verifiable language, is perceptual language, is language from perceptions is valid, and the other language which comes from technical order, and laying them out, if you like, in an epistemological table in which your terms for one are not going to be your terms for the other, but you're seeking the context in which one applies and the other applies. Does that fit in anywhere?
Yes, I wasn't aware of that distinction, but it sounds like what I'm talking about. Yeah, thanks.
Oh, I must send you a note.
Oh, great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Since we are already in the second part of the general discussion, yes, I will just go ahead. And John, do you agree that then the original project of Peirce, this scientific metaphysics project of understanding that science ultimately is about explaining regularities, laws, and these like metaphysical dimensions of reality, is still in progress, and there should not be a discontinuity between what we understand as physical sciences and the sciences of the spirit, in the sense that both are looking for these regularities?
You know, this is, I've often wondered whether we should keep that social science has done itself a disservice by calling itself social science. We have to remember that science has become a term, an honorific. So you see in universities that scholars want their work to be considered scientific. They want their field to be considered a science, and they want to be considered scientists. So we have to look at that pressure to latch on to the prestige of these terms when they might actually get in the way. Sometimes I think if we just let chemistry, physics, and biology be the sciences and the rest be other things, social studies or whatever, it might be easier. Otherwise, we're always pulling on this extended definition of science that in this current world, nobody, I mean, no dean that accepts. So I think we've overdone it with the desire to be scientists, scientific, and have our work to be considered scientific.
I see Tori's hand raised. Thank you, John.
John, you know, recently it seems like science has given up on the idea of being a tool of investigation and skepticism and doubt. And we hear phrases like the science is settled, the scientific consensus. And, you know, the whole idea that you would be skeptical about any kind of science is just dismissed out of hand. And so now, in fact, we have a lot of phrases like, at least in the United States, I don't know where everybody else, but you have to believe in the science, have faith in the science. Mm-hmm. And so science might as well be religion now, you know, if that's what it's come to. So, you know, this putting science on a pedestal has turned it into a religion, and where, you know, the opposite of what it's supposed to be doing. I mean, we're still doubting our terms and aware that our terms are imperfect. So we're ahead of them there.
It's really, I think I agree with you. I think it's a problem. I have a neighbor who has a sign in front of his house of things he believes in. And I believe in science. Well,
no, it says science is real, which is
science is real, yeah.
Something that you would say about Santa Claus or God. You wouldn't, you know.
Yeah, I think that, and with the pandemic, it's been a problem because when various reactions to the pandemic or procedures are proposed, there's always the claim, well, this is based on the science. Or if you oppose that, if you oppose something like wearing a mask, you might say, you know, the science doesn't support that. So science becomes a thing that perhaps we should pray to. It's politicized, I think, at this point.
Yeah, it's the science, capital T, capital S. Maybe we should write biosemiotics with a lowercase b all the time, and maybe always pluralize it to just to stop it from becoming.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I saw Kalevi's hand first, but Peter is also raising his real hand. So please, Peter, looks like you're very engaged here.
I just have a comment on the last bit. When people say they believe in science, they don't really mean that. I mean, some of them mean that in a scientific way about the authority of science, but it's more a vague idea that you want to believe in things for which there is evidence, for which there is empirical evidence, and you don't believe things that for which there's no apparent justification in terms of the evidence. So there's a very big difference between claims that have been made about the virus and other things by many biologists and versus the kinds of just baseless claims about things that, like taking various kinds of drugs that are not proven to do anything. There are levels of verification, and for the most part, the scientific literature is checked. It's peer reviewed, unlike all the memes that are going around social media and the kind of fabrications that are going around. So I don't think we want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. We should be critical of science. I'm very critical of many mainstream ideas, but we always have to know where our beliefs come from. And we have to be critical about which beliefs are grounded in some sort of empirical evidence that's intersubjectively verifiable, and what's grounded in our wishful projections about the nature of the universe. Anyway, sorry for the rant.
Let me add that this distinction between science and studies, let's say this is very Anglocentric, because Finno-Ugric languages, several, including Estonian one, that's a strange difference is not made. The word used comes from the word knowledge. So, and in all these, say, areas of study are just based on the word knowledge, teadus. So that's, I really think that it is very, just comes due to that problem from, due to English language very much. But, so as I now understand, we are also in the stage of just very last discussion where we should say some words about the whole of our event. So, and here, so several nice new things appeared during this 21st gatherings, and but so each of us, of course, finds different things to remember and to think further. But for me, I'm particularly glad of this appearance of neurosemiotics here, because that is one area where I think it's so important to go further, because that is exactly how to link now zoosemiotics with, let's say, protosemiotics, and this without understanding neurosemiotics is impossible. And here I'm really glad for these new steps.
Okay, with that, then I guess I want to thank Oscar, John, all of our last presenters in the last session. We'll move now into our concluding segment, which has some very nice things to do. And one of the nicest things we get to do every year is to present a couple of awards. So I will present one, and then Morten will present one. The first one that I'm going to present is the Jesper Hoffmeyer Award for Promising Young Biosemioticians, or work done in biosemiotics, particularly for a gatherings presentation. And last year, this award went to Adam Gruch and Płomysław Płonka for their presentation entitled "The Quest for a Theory of Meaning in Biosemiotic Research," was delivered at the 20th Annual International Gatherings in Biosemiotics last year. So please, let's all give these two fine presenters a hand, and hope they'll all stay with us for many more years. Okay, and now I will give the screen to Morten, who has another award to. There's Adam. Adam, and where is, you want to say something, please?
So, let me start with congratulations on your Polish pronunciation. You quite big.
They sent me a PowerPoint to teach me how to pronounce it.
Okay, so on the behalf of myself and Przemek, I want to thank you for this distinction. And the award came as a surprise for us because it was our first time in gathering, but it is really great pleasure to be in such a stimulating environment full of new ideas, and we're really looking forward for the further collaboration. Thank you.
Please stick with us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Adam. Okay, Morten.
Yeah, I'll share my screen. Here we are. Now I hope you can see the presentation for the Biosemiotic Achievement Award 2020. The selection committee for this award has consisted of me and Claudio. Are you there, Claudio?
No, he's in Spain right now.
Yeah, I thought, well, I thought he was going to be there, but I'll present for both of us. So the Biosemiotic Achievement Award has been around for a few years and was established in collaboration between the International Society for Biosemiotic Studies and Springer and the journal Biosemiotics. So this year I'm representing the ISBS and Claudio, the journal in the selection panel. And there are some established criteria for this award, emphasizing novelty and relevance and rigor of investigation. And these are available in the statutes of the award online. And the award consists of a book voucher worth 250 euros and a one-year electronic subscription to the journal Biosemiotics. So now, next slide. You don't see the next slide yet. There it is. So congratulations are in order, of course, to this year's award winner. And this is a paper written by two scholars, both of which work at the Department of Philosophy and Social Sciences at the University of Hradec Králové in the Czech Republic. Specifically, Filip Jaros and Matěj Pudil. And the award is given for their paper, Cognitive Systems of Human and Non-Human Animals at the Crossroads of Phenomenology, Ethology, and Biosemiotics. And as you see in this bibliographical reference, this paper was published in issue 2, 2020, August last year. Philip is an assistant professor and Matěj is a PhD student at the same department in the Czech Republic. What this paper does that caught our attention and impressed us is to introduce a framework for studying human and non-human cognitive systems within one and the same framework. So it does this by looking at how biosemiotics and ethology are connected to and can draw on phenomenology, and by introducing a concentric model of human and non-human animal cognitive systems. And as you see here in this figure, the idea is that we find some of the same elements in both human and non-human life worlds, having to do with corporality, social communication, and culture, even though they can be differently weighted within a human life world and within different non-human life worlds. So we think that this is a novel contribution to zoosemiotics and to biosemiotics more generally by making some of these connections between, for one thing, cognition and communication and phenomenology, and also show how this is relevant for ethology. And in addition to introducing this model, the paper also involves 2 case studies, which exemplifies and tests the model and makes a more convincing case for the model. So congratulations to this year's award winners. And this announcement will also be made in written form in the journal Biosemiotics.
Very good. Congratulations. All right, thank you, Morten. And now our chief editor of the Biosemiotics Journal, Yogi Henlin, would like to say a few words to everyone. Yogi?
Sure, thank you, Morten, for, the moment you've stepped down from the chief editor in Biosemiotics. You're now helping with the award. Really appreciate that. Thank you, to everybody who had such scintillating presentations these last 4 days. I think we've all come away with as many new questions as we've had questions answered. And we also have a lot of papers that are in the process of being written from these presentations. And Alexei Sharov, who's here and who presented, invite you to submit your papers to the Journal of Biosemiotics, which is the official organ of the ISBS. And we have special issues. We have many different, you could write a review article of a book, or a sort of a review article of a Biosemiotics. If you're interested in adding to the Biosemiotics glossary project on a specific issue, that would be very welcome. As we have one coming up on anticipation with a Rosen scholar. As you know, we've started article type, the target article. Our first one was with Dennis Noble, and the second one coming out this fall will be from our very own Terry Deacon. And these are ways to bring attention to central concepts in biosemiotics and create a interdisciplinary scholarly debate amongst and beyond biosemiotics as well. So we really just want to encourage you to submit your work to the journal. Submit your best work. That's how we can continue as a scholarly endeavor by creating these new networks in the archive of the published word. Thank you.
Thank you, Yogi. Yogi, maybe you would put the website or maybe an email address for the journal into
Absolutely.
the chat.
I'll send that right now. Thank you, Don.
Thank you very much, Yogi. Okay, now always a fun part of this. We look a little bit ahead to next year, where Ludmila Laksheva and Claudio again will host our gatherings at Olomouc University in Czech Republic. So would you like to say a few words about that, Ludmila?
Yes. Thank you, Don. So I would like to announce the gatherings in Biosemiotics 2022 to be held in Olomouc in Czechia, Department of General Linguistics. We already organized gatherings in Biosemiotics last year in Olomouc, but unfortunately, because of the pandemics, we went completely online. But I can share a couple slides with you.
Please do, please do.
As a short promo. So this is what we already showed you in Moscow. These slides are made by Claudio Rodríguez. And hopefully next year we will be able to have it in situ. So here are some indications how to get to Olomouc. It's a very good strategic city because it's very close to Prague or Vienna airport. And the city is very beautiful. We have a lot of medieval architecture and also a lot of Baroque monuments. And of course, a lot of Czech beer. And as a specific characteristics of our approach to biosemiotics, we are trying to merge quantitative methods and quantitative linguistics and formal methods with the complex subjectivity of biosemiotics. And you can also read more about these approaches in the upcoming special issue of the journal. Hopefully it will be prepared already next month. And so, as I told, we are planning to have it physically in Olomouc, probably at the beginning of July next year, but the concrete dates will be announced maybe in like 6 months or so. And so we hope to see you there next year. And we already planned a very interesting social program for you yesterday with Taylor, Joanna, and Boris. So you can already start looking forward to some kind of tea tasting and maybe also to have a gong bath to satisfy some requirements from the chat from yesterday. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much, Jamila. Thank you so much. Okay, and now it comes to the time for our closing remarks. And I'd like to ask you, is this, let me click this. Am I showing my share screen? Am I showing just the presentation view?
Just presentation.
So you can see my notes?
Oh,
okay. Okay, very good. As it should be, okay. All right, so again, we've come to the end of our 21st gatherings already. And now Nora and Kalevi and I will each share with you a few closing remarks. And for myself, I want to pick up an idea that came to me as I was listening to my dear Professor John Schumann's talk about the problematic in the good sense, nature of definition. Because it was then that I realized that at some point, one thing that brought us all together here in the first place was not in the first instance a goal or an intention or a thing, but a word. And that word, of course, is biosemiotics, small b, Tory, plural. And I go so far as to venture that for pretty much everybody here, it was that first encounter with the word biosemiotics that made them stop and ask, what might that be all about? And indeed, that is the very question we spent the last few days exploring and together trying to build an answer to the question, what might it be all about? This to me is the one and only question that motivates and is the heart of what we're attempting to propose right now. What can it be? What can we make biosemiotics be? We want to test and analyze together that question here. And after 20 years in this project, whenever I'm asked, what is this thing called biosemiotics? Now, today, and for me anyway, I answer that biosemiotics is not yet a science or a methodology. It's not even a settled set of ideas and doctrines. What I think it is very deeply is a conversation between interested participants about what such a future science of biology, one that includes semiosis, and a semiotics that likewise includes such biology, might look like. If Peirce is right, and here I'm paraphrasing, but hopefully not overly so, signs call out for their interpretants, just as objects call out for their signs. And similarly, the project of biosemiotics at this point, again, is to attempt to understand what new possibilities and potentialities this sign may be affording us, biosemiotics, and to work together as a community of inquirers to generate abductive interpretants, test them out with one another, and find out how and if they might be productively developed. First reminds us that efficient causation is that kind of causation where the parts compose the whole. Final causation is the kind of causation whereby the whole calls out its parts, as I feel this concept has called us here in some way, because we don't know what it is and we have a chance to make it something that would live up to the term, a real biosemiotics. What does it look like? We'll have to find out together. That's what we're doing. But Peirce also notes in this passage, invoking Shakespeare, the final causation without efficient causation is helpless. And he gives the example from Henry IV, when Glendower declares that I can summon the spirits from the vasty deep. To which Hotspur replies, why, so can I, or so can any man. But will they come when you summon them? The realization of any final end, Peirce reminds us, always requires efficient causation, or in terms of the physical scientist, work. So now it's time that we need to all recognize a number of extremely efficient causal agents who expended an incredible amount of behind-the-scenes work to realize this final end that you've been enjoying as the gatherings. So, with deepest thanks and gratitude too, for myself, first and foremost, I want to thank Claudio Rodríguez Aguera, who spent literally about 100 hours putting together our conference website and taking care of easily several hundred last-minute questions and not always technologically coherent requests of mine. To Yogi Hanlon for doing the same for me on our society's homepage and for taking up arms in battle with me to try to tame the PayPal Leviathan. We weren't completely successful, but we did all right. To Daniel Lundqvist of NAV Sweden for his incredible organizational and technical wizardry that's allowed us all the privilege of focusing on the content of each other's ideas together while he toils silently in the background to make our conference both an in-person and an online reality. To Ludmila Latska for being our assistant tech support and point person on the ground in Stockholm. To my four most brilliant and collegial partners on the 2021 Gathering of Biosemiotics Organizing Committee, Victoria Alexander, Paul Cobley, Yammer Denison, and Philip Udemy, whose intellect and discernment is evident from the incredible lineup of speakers and poster presenters gracing us this year. And to Nora Bateson and Kalevi Kull, who accepted my ridiculous proposal to attempt to run a hybrid conference this year in the time of COVID and made it not only not ridiculous at all, as Kalevi would say, but an absolutely delightful and enjoyable success. And finally, to all of you, poster presenters, talk presenters, Q&A discussants, and everyone who's now watching this online or will watch it in the future. If we are going to have a conversation about what a science that brings together biology and semiotics might look like, this is just the kind of group of people to be doing it. So I want to thank you all for bringing your inimitable warm data into this otherwise cold medium. And I'll see you all next year at the 22nd annual Gatherings in Biosemiotics. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you, Don.
And I now delightfully give it over to my two dear friends, Nora and Kalevi.
I'm the middle person. Thank you so much, Don, and thank you to everybody from NAV and the Biosemiotics group. We're echoing here. I am struck again at the beautiful rigor and exploration of this group and the willingness to traverse this conversation into and out of some of the most unexpected corners of possibilities, from television shows about detectivists to minks that are in and out of their habitat, to explorations of I mean, it's so much that we've explored here. And as I was thinking about this last night, I was remembering something that that David said in the musical performance that sort of stuck with me. And he was talking about John Cage, who was a musician, philosopher, theorist. And he said that John Cage was frustrated with improvisation that sounded like talking. When musicians were improvising and their improvisational exchange felt like an exchange, and it felt like talking, he said. And I thought that that was actually something worth bringing up at the last minute here, because there is something different about communication that is talking and communication that lifts into that other thing. I don't know what I would call it, but I think you know it without a name. There is a difference between that music that pulls you and those pieces that feel like a conversation. There is a difference between a botanical garden and a forest. There's a difference. And I think for me, one of the differences has something to do with mutual discovery, mutual learning, and what that feels like. The multiple textures and cadences and rhythms and voices that are not there streamed in as a number of different perspectives that we could count or that we could point to, but are somehow producing another possibility of discovery together that is intangible in its origin. Where is the origin of the forest? So I wanted to bring that in and to add to that a quote from my dad. And I'm gonna just do a quick screen share, and I'm not gonna bother getting it all exactly right because I've only got one screen to share with you, and it's a quote in which, that's not it, in which he says, no, I opened the wrong one. Wouldn't you know? Where did I put it? Oh, well. In which he says, can you see that one right there? He says, it's from the metalogue So Wet in Mind and Nature. And the daughter says, please, Daddy, don't do that. When we get near to asking a question, you jump away from it. There's always another question, it seems. If you could answer just one question, just one. And Father says, no, you don't understand. What does E.E. Cummings say? Always the more beautiful answer to who asks the more beautiful question, something like that. You see, I'm not asking another question each time. I'm making the same question bigger. And I think that's
good.
I've seen that through every one of the presentations, that I could look at them and think they were all different questions, but they weren't all different questions, actually. There was a collective exploration and discovery toward something, toward what is the meaning of meaning, toward something. There's a beautiful poem by Billy Collins called The Introduction to Poetry. And I was thinking of it, John, when you were speaking. And it goes like this. It's called The Introduction to Poetry. I ask them to take a poem and hold it up to the light like a color slide, or press an ear against its hive. I say, drop a mouse into a poem and watch him probe his way out, or walk inside the poem's room and feel the wall for a light switch. I want them to water ski across the surface of a poem, waving at the author's name on the shore, but all they want to do is tie the poem to a chair with a rope and torture a confession out of it. They begin beating it with a hose to find out what it really means. And this is I think this invitation that you brought, John, into this continual discovery. Keep asking, keep exploring, not to pin it down, but to keep exploring and to see what is tissued between, what grows between the different questions, the different approaches. What is the meaning of meaning? And we got to keep asking that. What do we mean by agency? What is consciousness? These are not questions. These are not words that have singular meanings. Anyway, thank you. It was a wonderful and rigorous few days, and it was a real honor to be with the Stockholm folks as much as I could who made the trip. And I look forward to hopefully joining you next year in Czech Republic. And again, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Kalevi, are you going to say something now too?
Friends, on meaning. 100 years ago, in 1920s, the major breakthrough in understanding of the world was probably the quantum physics. Now, in this century, I believe, I truly believe, the main breakthrough in human understanding is semiotic biology. But this task is more difficult. Thus, it requires more brilliant scholars and more work to elaborate. But in these 4 days, we could be a part of most interesting insights and results of biosemiotic research. It will take some time now to think it over and, I would say, rebind our models. And so, thank you all, and especially so very, very much, dear Don, for making it possible this year. It's indeed so that the absence of biosemiotic gatherings is impossible.
Yes.
And isn't it wonderful that semiotic evolution has a tendency of preserving beauty and love? So let's keep it.
How about we all unmute and clap simultaneously and experience that feedback? Since, yeah.
That's the feedback
Okay, dear friends, until we meet again, stay very well all. We'll see you next year. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you for a wonderful conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all. This was wonderful.
Bye.
Thank you.
Definitely the best biosemiotics conferences, and I've been to many of them.
Lots to follow up on. Thank you.